Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome you to City Hall and to our beautiful council chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Rob Bailey with Southside Community Church. Pastor.
Let us pray. Our Father, we thank you for the privilege of living in this beautiful city. We don't take that for granted. We thank you for the rain recently and pray that you would send more to fill our reservoirs. We thank you for our law enforcement officers and firefighters and first responders. Keep them safe as they protect us. We thank you for the city staff that worked so hard behind the scenes to make things run smoothly. And today we want to pray for our mayor and city council members. These roles are not for the faint of heart. We thank you for their courage to step up and lead us. So we pray today that you would give them great wisdom as they listen, as they deliberate, and as they make decisions. For we pray this in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be given by Girl Scout Troop 4064. Ladies.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honor of Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, girls. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos.
Here.
Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Kaylin Paxson. Here. Everett Roy.
Here.
Mark Scott.
Here.
Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And before we begin today's meeting, I want to take a moment to address an important issue. This council chambers is a place of public business, a forum for civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It is not a stage for personal attacks, or disruptions, or vulgarity, and we will not tolerate violations of decorum. We are here to do the people's work, so let's proceed in that spirit. If you want to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, there's no need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item. So at that time, you may come up to the podium and speak. I'll ask the City Attorney Miles Risley to please review the City Council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens above.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the City Council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So please state your name and the city in which you live in before beginning your comment. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage that allotted time. And if you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. So at this time, we're going to move on to section F, which is our city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Mayor and members of the community. I want to highlight a couple items that are on today's agenda. Today, we'll be here till this evening, and we have a pretty lengthy city council agenda, and we have executive sessions as well, but I just want to make sure the council and the community doesn't lose sight of at least 4 things that are pretty significant in today's agenda. And so I want to begin with highlighting 2 of the items on today's agenda, and we're going to put up a PowerPoint that has some pictures as well. That includes the replacement of 2 of our aged fire stations, Fire Station number 8 and Fire Station number 10. Both of these are located in our inner city district, City Council District 3. This is a significant milestone because we made a promise to our community years ago to replace half of our fire stations. We have 18 fire stations, and 9 of them are at least 50 years old and some older than that. They don't provide the best facilities for our firefighters, and in turn, we can provide better response to the community when we have more modern facilities. So each of these fire stations have a construction budget of $12.5 million. And from bond 2024, and each has a $2 million design budget as well, and that was from bond 2022. And so in bond 2022, the voters approved the design of these facilities, and then in 24, the construction money was included with our new philosophy that Councilman Hernandez has championed, which is put the design in one bond program, and then it's fully designed, and then you have a better understanding of what the construction costs are, and then the voters can consider that in a subsequent bond program. So let's talk a little bit about the fire stations, and we're going to hit this next slide so you can see Fire Station 8. This is the new design of what it will look like. It's located at 4645, the current one, and 4645 Castoris. The current one, which is not shown here, was built in 1955, so it's over 70 years old. I just drove by it the other day, and it's not the prettiest sight, right, Chief? So we're glad that this new station will be coming just down the road at 4909 Castoris, which is a 2.4-acre piece of property that the city acquired. The fire station will be a little over 13,000 square feet, and it will provide updated drive-through apparatus bays. There'll be 10 living quarters for our firefighters, lockers, a captain's office, a gas-operated kitchen, a break room, an exercise room, laundry room, showers, and restrooms for our firefighters. Many of these amenities they do not have today. You can see the picture here on the upper top left there, and on Castoris, if you drive all the way to the end of Castoris, is a beautiful Catholic church that has a mission style, right, Councilman Barrera? And so the architect in both of these fire stations kind of surveyed the area where the fire stations are and tried to highlight what that area has as architecture. And so you can see the design here somewhat mirrors that beautiful church right at the end of Castoris and SPID. The next fire station is Fire Station 10. This is on Horn Road, Horn and Greenwood. And if we turn to the next slide, you'll see the picture of the new fire station. And this one, just like the prior one, will have those brand new drive-through apparatus bays. There'll be 10 living areas or bedrooms for the firefighters. They'll have a captain's office, a nice kitchen, a break room. You can see the kitchen there. The architect is kind of saving us dollars by kind of replicating some of the design features. So this kitchen is similar to the one we just saw. And it's also similar to the one that's at Fire Station 3 on Morgan. This one here, you can see the architectural style on this one is somewhat in that neighborhood in Greenwood, and so it represents some of the home building architecture that was prominent in the day in the 60s and 70s when the Greenwood subdivision was being built out by the city. So a unique look for the firefighters, and it's fitting for that neighborhood as well. So 2 beautiful fire stations. This complements the first one that we completed on Morgan that was recently ribbon cut, and the firefighters are using it today. It's a beautiful facility on Morgan close to Crosstown. That one replaced the old Fire Station 3 that was also well in excess of 50 years old. So let's turn next to another highlight of this agenda. We're going to go to the next slide. And we have this, may not seem like a big deal to some, but a brand new playground equipment for Oak Park Playground, which is in City Council District 1, Councilman Roy's district. Currently, there is no playground structure in this park. This project includes the installation of a picket playground structure for ages 2 to 5 years old. You can see some of it here. There'll be new curbing and an added fall zone around the playground, a rubberized surface, so if children do fall, they'll be safe. There'll also be, we talked about this morning, but there'll be a nice 40 by 44-foot shade structure that'll cover the playground so the children can enjoy the outdoors without having too much sun exposure. And there'll be accessible sidewalk improvements that will be constructed to ensure the connection of the playground, to ensure connection of the playground to the park, and also ADA requirements are included in this park. This one is funded by our federal government, so we're glad we do get community development block grant funds, and the federal government's grant to us, our entitlement grant of $320,000, will help pay for this installation of this playground equipment. Construction is expected to start next month, and it'll be done by January for the kids to enjoy. And what is a pretty unique park in our near North Side neighborhood, and one that'll get a lot as well. That's a picture of the location of the park there, surrounded by many residential homes. Okay, and then the final thing to highlight is, in this next slide, we'll see it here, but this is just as significant with its own story. This is, today, City Council will consider leasing a portion of our airport property to the Texan, which is a convenience store, restaurant, gas station. We see them in our community. The owners, it's a single business owner, and they have several in Victoria. They've made their way into Corpus Christi. There's one in Portland as well. There's a beautiful one on Padre Island over there, I think in Port Aransas. But this will be, I think, the first one in our community, and it's at the airport. And it's important to highlight because this will be the first commercial development outside of the airport on our airport property ever. So it's a big milestone. And it's a good product. There'll be a convenience store, there'll be a restaurant, there'll be ample parking, and many gas pumps for people to gas up on their way out or refueling a vehicle if they have a rental vehicle. It'll offer a place for employees and others to go to as well if they're trying to use up some time in between their jobs or in between their flight. So we're glad the Texan is coming here. Our new airport director will talk more about it with the City Council. But this is an important lease, and it can begin, I think, the development of our airport property that we have. I think their master plan includes development items to include hotels for traveling public and employees that fly in and out of our airport, and other amenities as well, like restaurants. So this is a great first start for our airport, and we're glad that the Texan will be considering coming here. You can see in the picture here, it's a little bit hard to see, but on that top picture, when you drive into the airport, it'll be right on your right as you come in International Drive. So, Mayor and Council, that concludes just a quick highlight. We know that our council meetings can go long, and there's a lot of material that we present, a lot of material that the community presents. But one takeaway for today is that we have 4 tremendous assets for our community. This is all great news, improving this community both for our employees, our public safety responses to our community, our playgrounds, and then economic development at our airport. So I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
That's right, Peter. Thank you so much for highlighting those.
Yes.
Sometimes they don't get the attention they need, and today is milestone items, so across the board. Thank you for highlighting those. Okay, we're going to move on to Section G, and that is our board and committee appointments.
Yes, ma'am. We have one board today for your consideration. It's the Coastal Bend Council of Governments. There's one vacancy for a regular member, and City Manager Zanoni is recommending the new appointment of Dan McGinn. We do need public comment prior to proceeding with the appointment.
Okay, is there any public comment for item number 2? Okay, there being none, we'll close that. And do we have I'll entertain a motion. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We'll move on to Section I, consent agenda items 3 through 14. Do we have any council requests to pull an item? 3 through 14. 10 and 11. Okay, 10 and 11. Okay, do we have any requests from the public to pull any items? 3 through 14. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 10 and 11.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Items 10 and 11 are the ones we just went over, the fire station rebuilds. Councilwoman Paxson. Hold on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
I was just curious, it appears as though we're recommending for the second lowest bidder on both items 10 and 11, and they coincidentally are the same vendor for both projects. And so I was just curious if you could kind of explain that.
Well, so the first check we make is, did a bidder submit an administratively responsive bid? And we had that in both cases. And then the second test we look at is, has the bidder adequately demonstrated their responsibilities? Meaning, have they, do they have a resume with projects of similar scale and complexity? And the low bidder in both of those cases did not pass that test. So we declared them non-responsive.
They didn't, I'm sorry, they didn't submit administratively
They didn't demonstrate
complete
that
or-
they had completed similar projects in the past.
Okay. And that's on both projects, the lowest bidder?
That is on
failed?
both, and then the number two bidder is same on both of those projects. And we were reasonably satisfied that they had done a good bit of public work of similar, larger scale.
Okay. And I know we had the tabulation sheet in here as far as, the breakdown. There it is, okay. No, it just kind of caught my attention that we were recommending away from the lowest bidder on both fire stations, and then that it was the same bidder in both instances that is being recommended.
It's not super uncommon that happens. A lot of times, contractors will kind of take a Hail Mary at a project, but we look at this as a risk mitigation strategy. And they have an opportunity to protest. They're notified 10 days before it goes to council that we're not recommending an award to the low bidder, and they can protest that. They elected not to protest.
Okay. All right, thank you for clarifying.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
So I toured the big fire station on Morgan today. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's just beautiful. But I did notice something. Do y'all have a contract for the filters? They really need cleaning. Just noticed it. If you look up in the deal, the air filter.
Yeah, so there is, Brandon Wade, Fire Chief, there is a, what money for that with asset management.
Okay.
And they deal with it, so it's a constant thing that we're dealing with. The AC folks have been out there as we're trying to correct some small issues that we're having with it. So it's just a matter of the replacement cycle and then them submitting a work order. So we'll look into that.
I was just curious because you could see it, and I know that at home we all have to do that
Sure.
because it
Sure.
makes it operate more efficiently. And the other question I was going to ask is, so you said you had to have $2 million for design for each of these stations. And I know everybody likes pretty, but can you not just use the same design every time so you don't have to pay that $2 million every time to design? Because these two that you're doing were pretty close in square footage.
Yeah, let me clarify that. That wasn't $2 million that was spent on design. That was $2 million that was budgeted in Bond
Okay.
22 for design and upfront costs.
Yeah.
And this is one on 8 is where we had to acquire land. There was, you might remember, there was some eminent domain. And once we started the eminent domain proceedings, we were able to reach a negotiated agreement on that. But any of the money that's not used for those upfront costs can be used for construction.
Okay, I'm just saying that, in the future, because we still have, 8 more to go? If we would be careful about what we spend, not saying that you guys aren't, and have the same design, they don't have to be all different, which these are actually beautiful how they designed them, and I like what they did. But I'm just saying in the future, maybe we make them the same so we can save money.
So we do try to do that, and you see that with 8 and 10s, with just small differences in elevation, or maybe it's flipped, but a lot of it is based on the property
Sure.
we have, so it has to fit. And then some of them, like Station 3 was totally different because that's one of our rescue stations, and we built in specific stuff for that, and that was housing more companies there. Same thing as we're going to look at Station 9. That has a possibility of housing another, one of our specialty groups where we may need a little bit more room to put that. And I'll give an example. If we have one of our hazardous materials teams, they've got extra trailers. They've got a lot more monitoring equipment. So we may have to design that one just a little bit different. So we do try to accomplish that, just like we did with Station 8 and Station 10, similar designs. But we're also bound by the land.
And I get that, but
Yes, ma'am.
pretty close. I mean,
Yeah.
can't be that many variations in doing it. Yeah.
For sure. So we do try to take advantage of that when we can, even working with the contractor, the engineering firm that is designing it, of not trying to reinvent the wheel. And that's what, when we look at who do we have designing it, it helps to have a company that has designed fire stations across the state, across the country, and are well-known, because they can cut down, because they're not trying to figure it out as they go through. So
Every time.
that's some of the things, when you see the contracts awarded to companies for that, we're looking to reduce the cost at possible.
Okay, and your doors are absolutely beautiful. The ones in the back, it's so nice not to see a roll down. And I'm
Yes.
hoping those are in the design for all of them.
They're in the design. It's kind of what the fire service is moving to, because fire stations are hard on overhead doors and they break all the time.
Sure.
So these doors, while they cost a little bit more up front, they're heavier duty, there's less tension on it, and they're opening the slide doors, bifold doors that open. So
Well,
we're hoping those.
It's a beautiful station.
Thank you. And again, it's the support from the city council, the mayor, and the city management office to do that. And our firefighters are definitely very, very appreciative of it, and same things as we move forward with these. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to piggyback on that because that was going to be my comment, so I appreciate that, Councilwoman. And Chief Wade, I don't think this is really it's not necessarily in your purview more than it is in probably our city manager and engineering. So I feel the same. I think that continuity, when people drive around and they see a fire station, it looks the same. And I can't imagine that using the exact same footprint for all of our fire stations, whether you add 4,000 square feet based on what you're saying, or shrink it down a couple thousand square feet, would save taxpayer dollars quite a bit, because you're using, it's no different than CCISD. I think they use the same for all of their schools. I don't know, our substations, are we doing the same, Peter?
Our police substations,
I mean, are they looking, they're going to be the same
similar.
footprint?
Right, they're similar. And
So is
the fire stations are too, like the picture of the kitchen, and the interior is pretty much the same.
Yes.
So there's a lot of savings there. The outside is the only thing that's really a little
Right.
different.
Some of the elevation, again, what we're going to try to do here locally is put on the elevation on the outside some reflection as much as we can for that local community, so they feel like a little bit that it's theirs. And there's wiggle room to be able to do that. But also, when we're designing these fire stations, we have to think about 40 years, 50 years ahead. And there's times where we say, well, just shrink it smaller. Well, then as the city grows, or new buildings get developed, something gets torn down and developed, and you may need to move your resources around, such as the ladder trucks, or where medic units are, or where your battalion chiefs. You have to have flexibility in the planning of a station, because we're going to be there for probably another 50 years
Right.
in that firehouse. So we try to take a comprehensive approach where we're looking at all things, not trying to build a Taj Mahal like you may see in some communities that just have one fire station. Sure, they can build 8 bays and make it a castle. So we're trying to be very reasonable with the designing, with the engineering, but also meet the needs of now and into the future, so we're not trying to add on to something.
Well, I think Station 3 on Morgan is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I think anyone across the city would appreciate that design everywhere. But anyway, my point, Peter, is I think moving forward, I don't know how in stone it is to do different designs, is to really look at one footprint and see if that is, that has to have an impact on our dollars. But anyway, that's just my piece on that design.
Okay.
Councilman Roy.
I just had one question. Do you remember, and this might be a Jeff question, who designed Station 3? I mean, who built Station 3?
The contractor?
Yeah.
That was Weaver and Jacobs.
Okay, all right. I couldn't remember, and I was just wondering if what's the probability that, somebody that built one before, is it necessarily easier or more cost-effective?
They did bid, they just
Yeah,
didn't
I
have
saw
a
that.
low bid.
I didn't know which one, but I couldn't remember, but yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and they're bidding on other projects of ours.
That's it. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just out of curiosity, what's the cost per square foot on both of these projects?
Do some math real quick in my head. Well, if you got your calculator handy, what are we, 13,000 square feet, Chief? And
Yeah, I think one was 12 and one was,
I'm sorry, I don't have my calculator with me, so.
Okay, probably for future building and construction, Peter, have the cost per square foot on the
Okay,
project.
Yeah, and we can get you that in a follow-up memo, Councilman.
Okay. Can you, this is a building with a garage, right? Is it for a fire station? I understand that there's some additional ventilation requirements and kind of stuff like that, but is it, I'm asking this question, not because of the, you eliminated a contractor for not being responsive, but I'm just curious as to what's special about the building that would make him not eligible.
Well, so that particular company, what we were able to surmise.
Which
was
one?
The company that was DQ'd.
Well, there's two different companies that were considered non-responsive, right? They're not the same company?
Okay, well, we had 7B Development and Construction on one, and,
The other one was Arning Companies?
okay.
So I'm just curious as to, what was special about these particular buildings that eliminated the non-responsive ones that didn't have similar capabilities?
Well, I believe it was the Arning, seemed to be more of a fabricator. They were like a metal fabricator. It didn't seem like they.
So they've never
acted
constructed a
much.
building?
They did not demonstrate that that was really their strike zone.
Okay, what about the other one, 7B or something like that? $7B Development.
I could get you some information on the specifics on that. I don't have it with me, but what happens with the bid, it's not just your bid tab that you submit, your itemized proposal. You submit a statement of experience, and you list out projects that are similar in nature to be considered. It's almost like you're applying for a job. You want to show that you've got relevant experience. We want contractors that have relevant experience doing government contracts with similar type of construction. And neither one of those companies demonstrated that to our satisfaction.
So 7B Development and Construction never built a building? I'm just curious. What is unique about this particular building that, that they would not be eligible for?
so my understanding with like 7B was that they built car washes and some other small like donut shops and stuff like this. And if I can go back to the history of dealing with fire station and station construction, companies that hadn't built that before, because we look at it and we go, it's just a garage with a building. Well, it's a interesting commercial / residential being used 24/7, 365. So having dealt with contractors that hadn't built a fire station before, plus the communications equipment, the different ACs, and what have you, it was a nightmare. And then when you went and you pulled a contractor that had built buildings that were maybe a little more complex than just maybe a car wash, it was night and day when the project got done and the quality of work. So I think that's what engineering has to look at when they're looking at a fire station, because one would think, well, it's a garage and a building. It doesn't work that way when it comes into alerting, equipment that goes into it, the communication stuff, building out and installing the ACs. It's just, it has to be robust and meet the demands of 24/7 operations. And being on the other end of a poor contractor was disastrous for the city, for the department, and the operations of the facility when it came time to try to get warranty work, get things done while you still have to operate in the facility, because it's a big deal when we close the fire station down if something is done wrong and we've already moved in. So I think that's where engineering has helped us, trying to look at who's doing the bid, what's their background, what projects have they done before, and do they meet the needs of it.
Okay, and this is a company that's outside of the state, that is from Colorado, and you're comfortable with using an out-of-state contractor?
We had an administrative hearing with them, and we're convinced that they have the capability to do the job. They had the 2 individuals who are going to be assigned to be here locally in that administrative hearing. So they satisfied any concerns that we had.
Okay, so for future reference, when you're not going to select the lower bid, you're just expecting us to trust you to say, these people don't know what they're doing. Well, this is a significant amount of taxpayer dollars. I would like a better explanation as to why you're choosing to do something else, because car washes to me are pretty complicated and have to be, waterproof in a lot of senses, right? So I'm not going to disparage somebody's experience in terms of what they do, in terms of construction. So I just want to make sure we have a very clear understanding of why the low bidder was deemed non-responsive and why they were deemed non-responsive. Because we're going to be spending almost, $750,000 extra because we didn't go with the low bidder? Maybe more? What's the total amount?
Councilman, we can do one-on-one briefings with the council on these. In the both briefing memos, there is a small paragraph that talks about that they failed to demonstrate sufficient experience.
Right, I read that.
Which requires a satisfactory completion as a prime contractor for at least 5 similar projects. That's one of the requirements we put in based on wanting quality work. And the fire stations are pretty complex. You have health and safety issues too, carbon dioxide emissions, a whole bunch. So what we said when we put the RFP out based on best practice input is that they have to have done at least 5 buildings of similar size as a prime. And sometimes the bidders don't meet those requirements. And,
right.
And Jeff met with both firms, had an administrative hearing where it's and we'll have to give you more information. I'm just summarizing.
I'm just saying, we're this is more money being spent. Yeah. We have lots of needs. So I want to make sure that we are clearly understanding on why somebody was not selected.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I would also say, we follow very strictly Chapter 41 of the Code of Ordinances. And City Council in Chapter 41 delegates to me that authority to make these decisions. So
we're still approving the decision, right?
Correct.
So
and guess what? This is a recommendation. Council can reject this recommendation, and you could direct me toward the low bidder. Now, what I would say is that we had administrative hearings with these firms. We sent them a notification that we were not recommending award to them, and neither one of these elected to protest. They could have been here today and tried to make their case to you. They're not here.
Yeah, I tend to find that when somebody protests, they tend to be in the doghouse from that point on. So they tend not to protest. So it's up to me to make sure I look at the details, and I want to make sure that we have great explanation instead of like a 4-sentence paragraph saying that they did not have similar experience and didn't say why. When I see this the cattle mount you only demonstrate 1 fire building.
All right, we can try and put some more information for you going forward.
Okay. I mean, this is not the first time we've had some issues with not going with the lower bidder, but I want to just make sure we're clear, because ultimately we're on the hook for all this stuff, right? So when we approve it, we're still accountable for, not going with the lowest bidder. So please provide more information. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Here, thank you, Mayor. This only requires 1 reading? Yeah, it's a capital project.
Yeah, it's within budget.
Okay, great. Well, first off, I just want to bring up some other things that Peter in your presentation that you probably brought out. You know, both of these, number one, the one on Castores actually replaced some blight that had been there for decades. I mean, decades. And it was an issue with regard to a safety issue. I think there had been a fire, there were homeless people that were there, and it made it very difficult. I know police were out there frequently because of the challenges it placed for the neighborhood. So, I mean, it was a great win for the neighborhood, and I know that the citizens in that area are really, really excited about it. You know, I'd get calls on a regular basis of challenges with the homeless out there, and this is now that the property was leveled. When we raised the property when the fire was out there. In fact, we had a challenge, I think, when it was being demolished. They found some homeless people in there at that time. So I think this is an excellent project. It's just for move from District 2 to District 3. So I was, when that property became available, and I want to also commend city staff on negotiating the price of the property. Once they found out we wanted it, the price, like tripled. And so Chief Wade, I mean, and our real estate and our team really did a good job with that. So great. I think it's a great project overall, reduces blight. And then so that's another one. The other one on Horn Road also that we're moving, that's part of and it's next to the Armory. And I think some of the architecture looks like the Armory. So I don't know, it just could be wishful thinking on my part. But I think the other good thing is that's going to allow us, because we're moving it where the ball fields were, so that's going to allow us to improve those ball fields further. So both of these strong community projects, it's not just that I understand the fiduciary concerns, but this is a big win for the entire community in both neighborhoods. As I said, I played ball at those fields out there, and so I've got a close attachment to them. I know there's a couple other people to speak, but I wanted to make the motion to approve this, so we can move forward with that. But thank you very much, and thank you for all the work, because this has been, I could tell you, since I've been engaged, 7 years in the making. When I first got on the council, Johnny took me out to fire station number 10 to give me an example of the living conditions that the firefighters had and some of the things that they had to rig to make things work, and it's a testament, and I think our firefighters deserve this. So great work. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, it's not just a metal building. I mean, I certainly saw that this morning. There are things that the fire station needs that are unique, and I know that. I see that. And I was curious, the one that built the one on Morgan, did he bid on this one?
Yes.
He did?
He didn't have a low bid.
He didn't have a low bid. I bet not, because that's a really nice one. But I will say, I trust you to do that. This is what you do all the time. You're not going to give a job to someone that you don't think can do it. And that is your job to do it. And the council has to put some trust and faith in that. So thank you.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by saying my original question and the reason I asked to talk about these items is not because I don't support and endorse the project. I certainly, have always said that I'm very interested in supporting improvements for our men and women in the fire department and the police department. Several years back, I went and looked at the fire stations in my district, and I talked to the guys, and I went through the stations, and I looked at the things that they're in, day out, and first thing that came to my mind was, gosh, I wish we as a community could step up and say, I've got a can of paint, I've got, something I could come in and help. But I know the system is much more complicated than that usually, so I do support the items. It's just, to what Councilmember Hernandez was saying is when we leave this room where we have to make these decisions, it's, we get the questions was, both items said no to the low bidder and both items ended up being the same contractor, and well, how do you explain that? And so we have to, that was why I asked, is because it's a lot easier for us to have that kind of solid information and to say we're doing that due diligence so that when we do support you, because we know we do, we can stand on some good facts and data, and you've presented that. You always do, Jeff. I appreciate that. But
It's probably better, if there's more questions, I'd be happy to meet with anybody individually and go over with more detail. There's probably things that we don't necessarily want to put in the agenda memo about these kind of decisions.
We can, Councilwoman Paxton and Hernandez, we'll get a memo that can list what we can say, without disparaging a company. We've been accused of that before. So that lists some of the projects that they listed. It'll be pretty evident, but we'll get you that by tomorrow, because you're right, the community will ask you. We're on radio shows, they ask there. So, and we know Councilman Hernandez, it's a consistent message that he's talked to us about over the years here. So we'll get you a memo, the whole council, a memo by tomorrow that says why we didn't pick the lowest bidder, so it would be more clear to you.
I appreciate that. I think for this one, you were able to answer those, but just in the future, like you said, without disparaging any other company, because I'm not curious about that. It's just more like, what does the administrative differences actually entail? How does that fit to this project? Just so we have talking points. That's the big thing. But I did want to take a second. While I agree with the sentiments that perhaps if we have kind of a uniform look, it can save us a little bit on design and things like that. I agree. And I like that we would have a more uniform look, but I don't want to miss on the fact that we have such a diverse, beautiful city. On the island, our fire station actually has a big, beautiful stucco shell and things like that. And while that's a small thing when we're talking about millions and millions of dollars, I don't want to lose the fact, because the day-to-day of our community, they see those things, and what it does is it tells them that we take into consideration their unique footprint, and we fit the community. We are part of the community. So I don't want to lose that in there. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Hey, Jeff, Chief, thank you very much. I think you did a great job. And I just want to thank you for your work. Your explanations made sense to me. I'm good to go there. I'm a little disappointed Weaver and Jacobs didn't get a chance. I looked, they were third lower, a couple 100,000 short or higher than the others. Maybe they'll sharpen their pencils next time, because I do think
we've got another project for them that's in the pipeline.
They do great work, and they're Cuero, Victoria area. They're good people. And I would just want to tell you, I like diversity in design, and I support the concept to design in relationship with the surrounding area. Thanks.
Councilman Cantu. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Chief, station number 10 it's a pretty busy station, right? It's the busiest station in Corpus?
It is one of the top 3 busiest stations, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I had the chance to go to Station 10 and Station 8 a few weeks ago, and it was pretty bad shape. I mean, it was terrible. So I'm really glad these stations are getting rebuilt, and I get the pricing, what Gil was saying. It's pretty expensive, but you can't put a price on public service, and I think public safety, I think it's a good project. Both of them are overdue, and I think all the stations need to get redone soon. But I support it. Thank you guys for everything you do, and do you know how long it's going to take for station 10 and 8 to be completed?
Do you want to cover?
They're projecting 12 months.
12 months.
12 months?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's generally what you'll look at as well for fire stations when they're being built around different cities. You kind of look for, unless it's something really complex, like building, some places where they build the castle with 8 bays, generally a 12-month timeline, barring anything crazy happening weather-wise and stuff. Yes.
Got it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
8 bays.
And then
who builds 8 bays? Do they?
That's what it's with some places. They only have one fire station, and in their community, everything is at one. Wow. And just to follow up with that, as you said, that they get beat up. We have to look at it as this is a facility that's 24/7, 365. Yeah. always being used. It doesn't shut down in the evening where things get a rest. The doors are always moving and opening, especially at stations like that. I don't think they ever stop moving. They should be named like the Sleepless Nights or something. It's just, they're so busy and the stations get used, and we thank you for the support that you give us. And just as I was reminded, with the design that we did with 8 and 10s, because they were similar, we saved approximately $200,000 in the second design. So as they designed 8s and we used similar floor plan and just kind of changed the elevation, it was a savings of about $200,000 with it. So I think that goes a long way for us. And again, we just appreciate the support for it. And then the last thing is we talk about, we're fortunate that engineering is able to look at bids to where they can really see, was somebody necessarily qualified to build it? Because going back in my past history in another place, we're blessed to have people in different companies apply, because through experience, if you don't have that relationship with contractors and they want to do work here, I've seen it where it was one contractor that didn't fit the bill, and that was it. That was one bid. And when they got denied and reopened it, that same contractor that really didn't meet the requirements was the only one to bid the second time at a much higher price that cost the taxpayers even more dollars, and it was a struggle through the entire construction and warranty phase of it. So we're blessed to be able to really look at the bids that come in and try to select one that'll meet the needs for the city of Corpus Christi. So thank y'all very much for that.
Thank you, Chief Wade, and I think this is a very good news items. Again, thanks for highlighting them, Peter, and I think I certainly appreciate the questions, but I also appreciate the work done behind everything you mentioned, Jeff, which is we want, and you, sir, we want to make sure we build what we need, not something that's going to fall apart, something that's not going to be to par. As you say, this is a 24/7 operation. So it has to be done right, and you all are out there protecting this community 24/7, and the expectation is exactly that. So this is what you need, and so we're very happy to support that. So we have a motion, we have a second. If everyone please submit their vote.
Mayor, was that for 10 and 11 or just?
Oh, I'm sorry, and I didn't, that was, he said 10 and 11. And do we have public comment on item 10 or 11? Public comment.
Rachel Caballero, D1, here as president of the Corpus Christi taxpayers. I am extremely in shock that we would not know the square footage of what a construction build is going to be, even home buying. When you go look at homes to buy, you look at the price per square footage. So as much as I appreciate the hard work that staff is doing, that's a no-brainer. And I applaud Mr. Councilman Hernandez for requesting that be added going forward to new build projects. I'd like to squash the aggressive rhetoric of certain council people saying that if we question the financial stability or the financial expenses of projects that we are not in support of, in this case, the fire department. I am an avid supporter of the fire department. I know that many of you are supporters of fire, but we have to be fiscally responsible. So being able to save, having cookie cutter maybe stations where if firefighters transfer from one station to another, their accommodations are the same, makes a lot of sense. And we're saving taxpayer dollars, stepping away from new architects, new design, new plans. Each property will have its quirks, but going to an out-of-state contractor who, guess what, community? They have an office in San Antonio, Texas. Shocker. This revenue for this build-out, the revenue is not going to stay in Corpus Christi, and it's not going to stay in Texas. These are going to a construction company in Colorado. I can't wrap my head around this, guys. I can't. We had a senator that said that more than 99% of Texas businesses are small businesses. So we're talking in the state of Texas alone. I'm not even talking about Corpus Christi. And remember, you guys could use your buddies over at the Chamber of Commerce to find good construction companies to offer, the bid process to. But we didn't do that, did we? So we have to get away from whatever it is that's happening right now, I personally have been able to figure out that there's no money in maintaining anything. There's no money in maintaining our streets. There's no money in maintaining firehouses and the stuff for the police department. But guess where there is money? New builds. And so that's why we're seeing that with this city manager and city staff. At some point, we're going to have to look at the big picture of that. But I'm really disappointed that staff was not able to find a local company, and I would suggest that maybe it go out for one more attempt at a rebid to see if we can find somebody local. I mean, you guys keep patting yourselves on the back about supporting local businesses, and we don't see that here.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. The motion carries. So we'll move on to section K, which is public hearings, item 15 and 16. Item 15 is zoning case number ZN8823, Corpus Project LLC, located in District 4.
PowerPoint's coming up here real quick. Mike Dice, Development Services. I'll go ahead and get started. Before you today is zoning case ZN8823, Corpus Project LLC. There we go. The property is in District 4 with a request to rezone the subject property from RS6 Single Family 6 District to the RM1 Multifamily and CN1 Neighborhood Commercial. The subject property in total is 9.87 acres, and the property is not platted. So the proposed use is to allow for mixed-use commercial and residential development with a CN1 off of Glen Oak Drive and a multifamily duplexes in the remainder of the 7.7 acres. The property is part of the Flower Bluff ADP adopted in June of 21. As you'll see on the map, to the north is vacant water zoned RS6 and RM1. To the south is vacant transportation, Laguna Shores, and property zoned CR1 and CN1. To the east is some transportation, vacant zone CR1. And finally, to the west is low-density residential, vacant zoned RS6. As we do for all the zoning cases, we mailed out 25 notices within the 200-foot buffer. 5 notices were mailed outside. We did receive 8 notices of opposition within the 200-foot buffer. Some of those comments were runoff and backfill of impervious surfaces and stormwater drainage, heavily focused on interfering with natural habitat, wetlands, and wildlife. The land is a natural wetland that protects migratory birds, bobcats, coyotes, deer, etc. Multifamily will destroy natural habitat. The traffic is already bad. Selling homes impacts flooding, FEMA, and EPA. And finally, they would support single-family homes but not apartments due to increase in traffic, and road is flooded before in high rain. A lot more runoff and pollution if apartments and parking lots were built. Redhead Pond across the street of this development would negatively impact wildlife, increase in property taxes for elderly and disabled, traffic concerns, commercial business hours affecting wildlife that depends on pond for refuge, and finally, increase in traffic, construction, debris, and impact wildlife in Redhead Pond, which is protected under Texas Parks and Wildlife. So this is the zoning and future land use map. On this slide, you'll see the different land uses within the vicinity of the site. And then on the left, you'll see the enlarged for the surrounding areas, unless it's not indicated. If it's not indicated, it's RS6, but you'll see CN1 to the south and RM1 to the north. So staff reviewed the subject property background information and concluded that the proposed zoning is consistent with the Corpus Christi Comprehensive Plan, however, is partially inconsistent with the future land use designation of high-density residential. The requested districts are compatible with the present zoning and conforming uses of nearby properties. Planning Commission staff recommend approval for the RM1 multifamily and CN1 neighborhood district. That's all that I have.
Okay, Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mike. I had talked to some of our community groups in that area after seeing the packet and seeing the responses that came back from the community. And I think the gist of the concern was, like you stated, some interest in the runoff, and it's my understanding that if done properly, some of that fresh water or rain runoff could actually be beneficial to the duck ponds there. But there's also some concern from the community about the commercial portion of the property. And so I was curious, I see that there's a representative of the project here today, if perhaps they could speak a little bit to that outreach and what has been communicated or how they see us moving forward with those letters of opposition. Good morning.
Good morning. Ken Brown from San Antonio, representing the applicant. We have had meetings with the Flower Bluff Citizens Council. We did show up at planning and zoning, and there were a number of the abutting property owners there. Most of their concerns were environmental. I think they've seen this property as open space or a buffer, or a green space, and people don't like change. A lot of the issues that they brought up were platting issues, runoff, water, wastewater, sewer, that sort of stuff. As far as the commercial, we did provide to the Citizens Council at least a layout. And I think we're proposing about 20,000 square feet along the frontage there, which is probably 5 or 6 users in a strip sort of center, and it's neighborhood services, insurance, stuff like that. It is to service that immediate area and that immediate area only, because there isn't sufficient traffic for high volume sort of retail. So we did convey and provide a site plan and provide those numbers to the council.
Thank you for that clarification. And my understanding is very similar, is that the Citizens Council, they're not in opposition to this. They're, that you were able to discuss that with them, and so they seem to be okay. I think what the opposition is coming from is those actual
abutting property
neighbors.
And I think nobody likes change, but we want to fit in there with the schools in the area, with what's going on there. Single family is allowed. We're proposing 26 duplexes, so I don't think that's a lot of traffic, but that will be addressed at the planning stage, and we'll do a traffic impact analysis.
I think that the fact that, what my understanding is, the property owner actually intends to build
his own house.
His own house. And so to me, and I think to a lot of other people, that's the strongest indicator that he has great interest in making sure that this entire project blends into the community positively. And I'm grateful for that interest, because where it may appear that a lot of people maybe don't want change, I think what we're dealing with is a neighborhood that's very proud of their area, would like to keep a lot of the themes or the culture that's present, and it's important to them that new projects blend into that and amplify or positively impact that. And I think that this project ultimately will. I personally believe that the opposition letters are more because of uncertainty, that perhaps they would need to know, what does the future of the commercial designation look like? For me, I have no reason to doubt that it's going to be businesses that complement that area, but this isn't facing the Laguna Shores, which is the development plan. That would be more congruent, but you're super close to it. You're neighboring some other similar. So to me, I think it would be very beneficial to actually reach across the table and make connection with those abutting properties, so that we could answer any of those questions. I know in the past there's been projects where developers have actually come and done a little informal meeting and allowed those abutting properties to come and ask their questions, and they can kind of answer their concerns, and then the whole situation turns around. It's very positive. And I think that the Citizens Council would probably be incredibly favorable to helping with those efforts.
And we will commit to do that. We are at the discretionary approval stage. Without this approval, there is none of that. So,
yeah.
But we are in the plating process right now, and then we will go to design, and we will stay in contact with the council and the neighbors and show them what we are proposing and take their input.
I really appreciate that. For me, I think that this is a good project, and I would like it to pass today because this is reading one. That way you have those assurances that you need. And for me as the district member, it would be very important, and I appreciate that you've committed to talking to those residents. So I would love, ideally, to see this pass today at first reading, for you to be able to go have those conversations, for us to give you time to do that and bring it back maybe on November 18th. I know you start getting into the holidays, but I want to give you some time to be able to do that effectively. Okay. So if that works for everybody's schedule, ideally for me, that would be what it would look like from today, because I want to support this. I think it's a good project. I do.
Okay. It sounds good.
Okay.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you.
And Mike Dice, maybe you could make sure I'm seeing this right. The area highlighted in red is for RM1, and I guess the area in blue is CN1, or am I seeing that correctly?
Which map are you on? The future land use map?
Yeah, zoning and future land use map.
Okay, we have it on the screen. And I'm sorry, what was your question?
Okay, so we're talking about the area highlighted in red.
Correct.
Correct.
It's
and you said
28 lots.
Right, and it says this is for zone CN1.
CN1 is to the south. If it's not actually labeled, it's RS6. We just do that to make sure that the map is somewhat readable.
No, I'm just saying what part is RM1 and which part is CN1?
So the front facing along Glen Oak to the north, that will be a carve out of CN1. Everything else to the south and to the east is the RM1. So the duplexes will enter from Laguna Shores, and the commercial will only face Glen Oak.
So why ask for RM1 and not RSTF?
Well, it's based on the applicant's request. RM1 allows for the duplexes, which is the
I understand that, but I mean that it could be changed once you zone it, right, to a multi-complex, high-density development.
Good afternoon, Councilman. So the RSTF district is built on the same premise as single family, meaning you will have individual platted lots. In this case, RM1 provides the flexibility of having one large lot with multiple duplexes upon it, built similar to an apartment complex.
Okay, so the intent is to rent these, not necessarily sell them?
Not necessarily. You can have condo sales, much like we do on the island on several projects. It gives design flexibility is the idea behind RM1.
Okay, so you're not going to plat these individually. You're going to be one large plat for multiple buildings. Okay. And I can see there's a drainage concern here.
Yes, we already started preliminary discussions on the plat, which would require a stormwater quality management plan that affects any runoff. You have to have a balanced schedule of runoff, meaning you cannot increase any drainage that isn't through natural flow onto the system. So any drainage that exists today must be maintained on site.
Okay, and what is Glen Oak? Is that a C1 collector?
C1 collector, yes, sir.
Is it, does it have bar ditches, or is it?
Today is bar ditches, so part of the platting process is you may have to make improvements, especially to drainage.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
He kind of covered some of the questions I was going to ask, but 26 duplexes, that just seems like a lot of duplexes. Is there a need out there for that y'all are seeing?
Well, what we do as staff is to take into account the different styles of development. More common than not, you're going to see traditional apartment complexes, 3 stories tall, 300 units. This is more in line with what we call the missing middle, meaning you're going to have smaller units, usually types of young professionals, seniors, empty nesters that are looking something closer to a single-family residence without having a single-family residence, and they can.
Okay, I don't know exactly where the area is. So are there homes around this area now?
Yes, ma'am.
There are homes
single-family
around it.
homes.
And are these going to be nice duplexes, medium, do you know?
Well, I would say nice is subjective. I would say, staff, we're always going to promote development that is consistent with the neighborhood. That's always come up with our favorite industrialized housing, where you have shipping container homes. There are codes that apply that say you have to look like the houses around you. So similarly, we're having.
And that's why I'm asking, because you want nice things out there for Flower Bluff, because they're up and coming and they're trying to build their area. So I want to make sure that whatever's going out there is going to be nice, and it's not going to be, we don't know how much the rent is, so that doesn't tell me anything because I don't know that. That would tell me a lot if I knew that. But just want to make sure it's, and you had some opposing, so they were opposing for?
Some of it, the majority was the question of drainage and impact to Redhead Pond to the north. Others are increased to traffic. So let's say hypothetical this were to stay single family, you can in fact have more single family, 6 units, 7 units an acre, creating another street, which would actually increase runoff. Having duplexes on one large lot allows more stormwater management on site.
So are we going to take care of the drainage to make sure there's not? The reason I say that is they've done that out in our area, Everett. They've done that where they would build something on this side and the drainage on the other side was absolutely horrible because they didn't think it through and they didn't fix the drainage, and they've lived with it for decades. So are we looking at that?
So what our codes today require as part of what's called a stormwater quality management plan is any water that is currently maintained on site, it must stay that way. You're not allowed to just discharge runoff into the system.
Yeah, I know they're not allowed to do it. We just want to make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that kind of to Councilwoman Vaughn's question, for me personally in the district, I think that this does supply a need that's out there. We've got a lot of young families. Look at the school district is just growing astronomically. And I think based on some conversations I've had that this actually presents a unique situation where there's a little bit more pedestrian traffic to the school, thing we've looked at, especially coming off of their bond efforts and the improvements that they're going to be doing to that district. So I do think that the housing component of this project is very important. And I'll just go back to, I think that's why it's so important for there to be contact made with the abutting neighbors to answer their concerns, because I do believe the answers are there. I think that ultimately we would all get on the same page. It's just got to have that communication piece. So I'd like to make a motion to approve it today, and then what's a good date? Perhaps giving them some time. November 18th, is that work?
18th of November.
Because I was looking at our calendar there. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 15?
Mayor, who seconded? I'm sorry, we missed it.
Mark Scott.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone in the audience? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Moving on to item number 16, we have zoning case number ZN8853, Eduardo Gonzalez, located in District 3.
All right, the PowerPoint is coming up. This is, again, Mike Dice, Development Services. This is zoning case ZN8853. There we go. This property is located in District 3 with a request to rezone from the subject property from RS6 single family to the CN1 SP neighborhood commercial with a special permit. The subject property is 0.22 acres, and the property is currently being replatted, went to Planning Commission on 9/17/25. Purpose of the request is to allow for vehicle sales. The property does face Costoras, and is part of the Bayside Development Plan, which was adopted in December of '24. Subject parcel is currently zoned RS6. To the north is vacant medium density residential zoned RS6 and ON office neighborhood. To the south, the low density residential and public, semi-public zoned RS6. To the east is medium density residential and public, semi-public, ON and R6. And finally, to the west is low density residential zoned RS6. So with the zoning cases, we sent out 14 notices mailed within inside the 200-foot buffer, 4 mailed outside to schools within 1 mile, 0 notices received in opposition, and 0 in favor. So staff reviewed the subject property's background information and concluded that the zoning is consistent with the City of Corpus Christi guiding documents like the comprehensive plan and area development plan. However, it is inconsistent with the future land use map designation of medium density residential. Although the future land use map does not designate commercial zoning, the applicant is requesting a less intense commercial zoning to accommodate the surrounding neighborhood, and the proposed rezoning is compatible with present zoning and conforming to those nearby. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval to the CN1 SP, neighborhood commercial with a special permit. And I stand by for any questions.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 16? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote. Okay, the motion carries. Moving on to section L, individual consideration items 17 and 18. Item number 17 is an ordinance authorizing execution of a 40-year lease agreement with Glugosh III LLC, DBA The Texan Stores.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councilors. Requesting your authorization for this agreement with Deloche LLC for a Texan store at the airport. And with that, this is for the Texan store lease agreement. For this will be a 40-year lease with an additional 10-year extension. It's for 8 acres at the Corpus Christi International Airport. Initial terms of the 40-year, it'll give essentially an overall estimated revenue generation of about $160,000, a little over that. You add it all up. It'd also be going through fair market rate adjustments every 5 years. The Texan store is a one-stop shop, providing fresh fruit in the restaurants. Also, they're known for their clean restrooms and the additional amenities, and also their overall customer service. So what you'll have is you'll have a concession store, convenience store with a restaurant, and also the fuel stations. The lease location is right there on the corner as you enter the airport. It'll be on the frontage road on the right-hand side as you enter the airport. And this is the initial design concept for it. You have a building which is approximately 12,000 square feet for the convenience store with the restaurant. They'll have 32 pumps, and there'll be 196 parking spots available. Another description of it on the property. And that is it. And I'm open for any questions.
Councilman Cantu.
Couple of questions. Have you talked to the small businesses inside the airport, the convenience store and the restaurant?
I will have to defer that to my deputy.
Good afternoon, Jeremy Valgartson, Assistant Aviation Director at Corpus Christi International Airport. Initially, so this RFP went out before us when Kevin was here, but I do know that conversation had happened with Tailwinds, our concessionaire, when the RFP went out.
That's the only thing I'm really concerned about is about the restaurant and the convenience store. 'Cause I know the restaurant put some money in it and stuff, and they need all the support they can get because there's the traffic going through the airport. It's pretty tough, you know. I really didn't even know about this project, to be honest with you, till now. is there a history behind this? Why they want to put it right there in the corner? Is it, I mean, I don't understand, I don't see the traffic, the business being there. I know there's a convenience store right down the street on Clarkwood, but is there enough business to abstain this place?
Yeah, that's a good question, Councilman. So when they first brought this proposal to us, they had two pro formas, kind of a lower level and a higher level, and then they did a traffic analysis study to see really how much traffic was coming through. Of course, we got the rental cars out there, and people that aren't from Corpus, as they get out there, they look to get gas. There's no gas.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of traffic. There's over 1,000 people that do work at the airport, and then all the passengers that come in and out. So there's a lot of frequency that comes by the entrance at the airport. But in doing that pro forma, they chose to go with the higher volume pumps because they do see the traffic flow going through there.
Okay. And so this will have a restaurant, diesel pumps, regular gas, clean bathrooms. Not like our airports had clean bathrooms too. But that's the only thing I'm concerned about is the small businesses there. Is this only one reading or two readings?
It'll go 2 readings.
2 readings. We can get you more information by the second read in terms of how.
Yes, I'm just concerned about what their thoughts are, and they're worried about this convenience store being there in the corner. I know they can't take in drinks into the airport, but snacks and food and stuff like that, I'm just concerned about those 2 businesses. There's 2 of them in there, right, in the airport?
So the concessions is with Tailwinds, who runs both the retail and the food.
Yes.
We'll reach out and have discussion. We'll also monitor the activity, see if we see a drop-off on the concessions program.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Scott.
Is this their first, is this the Texans' first in Corpus Christi?
I think so.
I think so.
They have property and they rezoned for another spot up on 37 near the refineries up there, but they haven't. Their plan is later on, I think next year, to break ground.
I've had strange occurrences to be in their Portland store dove hunting thing last couple of weeks. That's a beautiful store. It's extraordinarily clean.
Yeah.
It's spacious, and I don't know if it's the same footprint as they're going to do here, but it's a really positive, unique operation. So I think it's great. Yeah, I share the same concerns, and you guys have worked that out. I just wanted to thank the Texan folks because I think they've got an outstanding product, and it's great to have them in Corpus Christi.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I too believe the same thing about his concerns about the concessions there in the airport. I mean, it's so important for people when they're traveling to have them in there, and we don't want to let them be affected. But I also realize how important it is to have fuel close to the airport. And all the big cities that you go to, they've got them. Because if you rent a car, you want to be able to fill up, because normally you're in a rush and you forget to do it before you get there. So I understand that. So I would just like to see what they have to say, the concession people.
Yeah, we'll provide that in the memo if we can, and if not, we'll present it next week
And you do have beautiful stores.
at the second read.
Councilman Roy.
My question is, it's 196 parking spaces?
196 parking spaces. 196.
196. And the building itself what's the square footage on the building?
12,000 square feet.
12,000 square feet, 196 parking spaces, and you're charging monthly rent of $4,353?
Yes, for the square footage, that comes out to 15 cents a square foot for the property.
And that's a heck of a deal.
The fair market value right now for the property is going at 20 cents. They're doing a $10 million investment for that facility coming in. And then we're also getting the land lease, but we're also getting a fuel flowage fee along with that.
Where did you come up with the fair market value of 20 cents?
That's through our previous appraisal that we had for property for the airport.
I look at a lot of commercial appraisals every day. Can we get a copy of that?
Yes, you can, Councilman.
All right.
Yeah, we had an appraisal done under Kevin as we look to do this type of project on the facility so that we would know what to charge for rent. but we'll get you a copy of that appraisal.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, my page shut down on me. Okay, this is, I'm concerned on the traffic here because it becomes a ghost town, once it gets into the evenings. And I'm not, I'm concerned that, okay, what if this fails? What happens?
So for this, we looked at the numbers and everything, and they did their pro forma. You're looking about, for each pump, they have to do on a daily basis, at each pump about 32 vehicles, which is about 15 gallons, depending on size. That's a small size vehicle. So based on their pro forma, they're looking at that they have a business model that will be successful out there. And that's what we're going by. They have expertise in this area. As we've seen, they've been opening the stores, and we're relying on their expertise in this and opening these stores.
Okay, and considering the amount of parking they have, is there any concerns that they may use this as in order to supplement income if it doesn't work out as a airport parking?
They would have to come into an operating agreement with us if they were to do that, and we'll be monitoring that.
You have that restriction on the lease agreement?
Currently, the restriction is that it's for the fueling service, the restaurant, or what they have on there right now. There's nothing about the availability of doing parking. Any type of additional agreement, they would have to come to us for that agreement.
Okay, but is there anything that excludes it?
I'll have to get back to you on that, Counselor.
Okay, I want you to be very, if it's not in the agreement.
It states that you can operate for these items and everything, but it doesn't specifically say you cannot do parking. So, but it does give them specific restrictions of what they can do at the.
I would recommend that you make that very clear that it can't be competing against you in parking. That's 196 parking spots. Is that correct?
Yes. I'll take a look at that.
Okay,
And we'll make sure. Most know that you're in the lease for this specific business, and they know they can't do that, but I'll make sure that we bring it to their attention, that if they want to do that, they have to come into an operating agreement with us.
Okay, I've been through contracts before, and if you don't specify it, there's nothing that prevents you from doing it. You need to be, you got to think a little bit beyond.
We'll ensure it.
Okay. I'm concerned about the location and the size. The pro forma is only they have to sell 15 gallons a day?
No, that's based on, if you look at each of the pumps has to do 32 pumpings, and each of that, break it down, it's about 15 gallons per that pump, per operation. So when you get it, it's about 450,000 gallons a month when you get all 32 pumps going. Over the 24-hour period, there's that amount each day. So it breaks down to 32 operations per pump at 15 gallons per day.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had several ask about the business concern, so I won't belabor that point. Do they have at any of their store models the capacity, or do we have a way that we could have an incentive for electric vehicle stations potentially? Because do we have the data on how far out the next charging station is for something like that?
I can follow up with you, but we do have plans for electrical stations at the airport.
At the airport,
yes.
Okay. Okay, so that need will be covered, okay. And then just out of curiosity with, believe it or not, a lot of people have reached out and have asked, what about a Buc-ee's? Nothing against Texan, I love Texan, mine is on Highway 361, and they actually are doing so good, they're expanding after only 3 years of operation. And so I love the store, I love the brand, but I was just curious so that I could answer some of that. And that might be a question, Peter, for city staff.
Jeremy could probably tell us, but we had an open solicitation, and I don't know, did they apply? Did Buc-ee's apply, do you know?
No, sir, they didn't. So when we did the open solicitation, it was just the Texan, and it was really as part of the master plan. it was proposed to have the gas station on the corner with the hotel on the other side, and the hotelier said, we won't come until we get a gas station. So this is really just step one of this big phased-out project to build our whole non-aeronautical portion of the airport.
Have we done anything EDC-wise to try to court that brand, the Buc-ee's brand?
I don't think so, Councilwoman. We can check, I can check. Between the EDC and the city's Economic Development Department, we'll see if we've done anything.
If we can look into that, I think that would be a great, again, I love the Texan, I do, but that was the number one thing that I had everyone reach out to me.
Okay, we'll find out for you.
And then I share some of the questions that Councilmember Roy brought up when I saw that amount, especially like I said, knowing that the one that's closer to my district that I go to all the time, they've been there 3 years and they're already expanding. So I thought that rental value was a little bit low. And it says on here that it's a 5-year term for that amount.
Excuse me. So what we do is we go through the fair market value for the rental rate, and it'll go up by 3%. 3%. We also look at the fair market value at the end of the lease over the 40-year. But every 5 years, it'll go up by 3% for that. And then also we get the value off the fuel flowage fee, which is an additional funding.
When they did the market appraisal report to determine that rate, was that fuel amount taken into consideration, or was that a standalone item? Or because you said it was usually 20 cents and we're opting for 15.
So on that, it was the fair market value of the land lease. So we went with 15% in the negotiations, and it's based on also their capital investment of that $10 million. And what was agreed upon was the 15 cents per square foot on the land lease. And then it was just the usual, when you do a service like this, the revenue flow through what they're providing. And that was the 2.5 cents starting out for the fuel flowage, going up to 0.5 cent over each 5 years.
Okay, so it had also to do with their capital expense. Okay.
Yes.
All right, that was my question. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. So I remember Kevin visiting with me about this maybe a year after he'd come in, and I thought it was great, the other things that he was looking at. I think a couple of positive things are, number one, when you're going out first thing in the morning for an early flight, the lighting is horrible. I mean, you just kind of, as you come around the corner, and I think this is going to be great on that spot, that it's going to just increase the exposure and make it a lot more safe. So I think that was one of the things that, and then, like we said, I think having a hotel, the more expansion that we have, even though we're in a lot of controversy right now, but I think having that and the convenience for the people that work for the airlines, and then having a place to eat. So what are the hours of operation of the restaurant going to be? Is it going to be late enough so that way somebody comes in late, like let's say, for example, airport staff, not airport staff, but airline staff?
I'm not sure the hours of the actual restaurant. It is a 24/7 operation.
I know, yeah, I figured as such. I was just curious. I mean, just for now, crawl, walk, run. And so the fuel flowage fee, I mean, that's just based on the performer that they gave us?
Yes.
Okay, so it could be greater because,
It could be greater.
Yeah, so, you have 1,000 employees at the airport, and then plus L&F distributors, I don't know how many employees that they have on a regular basis, plus that whole industrial area there. So I think that's a thing. It's convenient for as you're coming by, and then I'm surprised that it's only $10 million. That the capital investment is going to be. I would think, I don't know any better, but I would think that it would be in excess of that. Have we figured out what the ad valorem would be based on the improvements?
We'll have to defer to the airport if you go figure that out, the ad valorem property tax revenue we'll get.
Yeah,
We'll have to look at that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I just think that, in the future we look at that because we're looking at, anytime we have some type of economic development project, we're just looking at that. I mean, here's the other thing, what about sales tax?
That too, yeah, that'll increase sales.
Yeah, so see, I think this is obviously a great opportunity, and the Coast Guard's out there, FedEx is out there.
Right.
Are you counting that as far as the airport employees? Okay, so that's 1,000 that's out there. So I think, you know, within itself, it's a community in itself. And I think, I mean, you know, there's a lot of places when it's close by a major employer and somebody's selling tacos and that's the first place they go.
Yeah, there's not much out there right now, and there is traffic. You know, it's a high traffic corridor with not much out there.
I mean, I still want to call it Stripe. In fact, the other day I called it a Maverick Market. I'm digressing. That the one that we have there on 37 and used before your time and way before you guys' time. But anyway, there's a convenience store there that if you go pump gas in the morning, man, there's that taco place. The food that they have inside the Stripes is just packed. So if you're by major employers and they're grabbing a snack, and those people aren't the ones that are going to eat in the airport, that's basic for our passengers. So I think it's a great project. I know that it's been a couple of years in the making, you know, so keep up the great work. And I won't jump the gun and make the motion on this one, but because there's 2 more people that have to speak. The other one's just personal to me. Thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Peter, the only other thing I was thinking about after I asked for the lease, the appraisal, is that there's other facilities on campus that lease also.
Right.
Correct? Can you just give me an overview of what they pay?
Yes, we can get you that.
Okay. I mean, it's a little different situation. Most of the C-stores that I've been involved in, they purchase, you know, I mean, they purchase the land and that. And so I haven't seen that many leases. It's not typical, but I still would like to compare. So if I could get an idea, because I know that there's other leases there.
There's FedEx, there's the Driscoll, there's a Driscoll operation where they fly doctors to the valley.
And I'm assuming some of the private
private jet
companies and that, I'm sure they lease also. Just to have a comparison, I still, my gut feeling tells me that's a little low.
Okay, we'll get you that. Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
I'm just curious. We own all that land out there, right? The front you're talking about.
That's correct, right.
So 196 parking spaces. Why would you need 196 parking? 96. There is no way you're ever going to fill those.
It was based on their model for their facilities for each of their locations.
Okay. And my thought just is we have all that land, so we want to be able to lease other land. So to me, that's just a waste for 196 parking, but that's his project.
We'll find out. We'll get you that answer as well. This thing, because it's a real estate transaction that would be for longer than 5 years, a lease, there's a 30-day provision before the second reading. It's just as an FYI, so it won't be next week. It'll be about 30 days from now. We'll bring this back.
Okay.
We'll have all this information for you.
And 40-year lease, is that normal? Is that what y'all usually do?
It's pretty normal. We don't, we're not in the business of leasing to too many convenience stores, but our leases range from 25 to 40 years.
I'm going to support it today, but I have a lot of questions, but I'm going to support the first one, and then hopefully we'll get some answers. Thank you.
Yeah, and then hopefully we can get the Buc-ee's, the Texan folks were supposed to be here today, but they need to be here for that next meeting as well. So they were scheduled to come, but they had a conflict, so they really should be here to represent their product.
Councilwoman Campos.
Okay. Well, I'm excited about this project. I'm glad that my fellow council members are really scrutinizing and asking really good questions, but I feel good about it. I feel that they're, showing some faith in our city and investment in our city, and it's been going on for a while. The airport is showing some wonderful just projects in the future. I mean, I was just there last week for our first flight, to Denver, and I'm just excited about what's going on, and I hope that the citizens of Corpus Christi will see this as a positive thing in our city, and I'm excited. So that's all. I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 17?
Rachel Caballero, D1. One, I'm concerned that we are giving a $10 million tax incentive to a successful business. Also, the lease amount is, over the course of the 40, the lease amount is, we have restaurants paying $5,000 a month in rent. And yet we have this huge monstrosity of a building that's only going to be paying $4,000, and it's only going to be reevaluated every 5 years for a 3% increase. And 3% isn't even cover inflation, just by the way, FYI. So I'm getting really exhausted coming here and seeing that the contracts, it feels like every contract is being made in favor of the vendors. It's never in favor of the community, because a 40-year contract doesn't leave us a whole lot of room to negotiate if there is something nefarious happening with the product. Did we not reach out to Stripes? And actually, I'd like to ask the gentleman here, who was the hotelier that said that they wouldn't come without a gas station? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's
Objection, Mayor.
that's a bit of a conflict.
Commenters are supposed to be making representations and discussions to the city council, and they're not supposed to turn around and start talking to people.
Point taken. So I don't understand why hoteliers are being talked to, considering the drama that we currently have with the current hotelier who forged federal documents. So city staff shouldn't be talking directly to hoteliers. They should follow the same protocols as everyone else. I do happen to know that there's one of these in Port A, and even the blue collar guys can't afford the food prices at the Texan there, and they don't like the food either. So I'm hoping we talked to Stripes. I'm not sure if we did, but something doesn't seem right here, so I'm going to investigate. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we are closing. I'm closing public comment, and I think we have a motion and a second. So please submit your vote.
Mayor, we don't have a motion in this.
We do not?
Yet. No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second now. Sorry. Thank you. Please submit your vote.
2 readings, right?
Yes.
Yes, 2 readings, and it'll be about 30 days before we bring the second reading back per the charter, because it's a real estate transaction, so we'll have all those. And we can even, we'll do some one-on-one briefings with the council as well, if anyone wants them.
Okay, the motion carries. Item number 18 is an ordinance amending the roadway master plan map of mobility CC, a transportation element of the comprehensive plan of the city of Corpus Christi, to remove a section of Fred's Folly Drive. Oh, I'm sorry. This was requested by City Council members Roland Barrera, Mark Scott, and Everett Roy. Mr. Barrera. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so first off, I just want to reiterate my frustration with 3 signature memos, but this was the only means which was necessary. What is it? I know my good friend all the way to the left, made sure to bring that up, and and I appreciate him doing so. But, you know, the way this works administratively, there was no other opportunity to bring it up because I guess the developer asked for an amendment, and once it goes to Planning Commission at that point and it was denied, then at that point it stops. So I talked with city staff, Mr. De La Garza, and he basically stated that this was probably the cleanest form to be able to bring it up. So what I'd like to start out with is, and that's what it is, I just wanted to give it the opportunity so that way the council could review it. I know there's somebody here representing the developer, but I'd like city staff to come up and at least explain the timeline of how we got to this point and what the developer is requesting, and then how that deviates from the master plan map for the National Mobility Plan.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No, not a problem. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Renee Couture. I'm the Assistant Director of Public Works, and I'm here in Ernie's absence. So just for some background, on this particular exhibit that we have here on the screen, it kind of gives context and provides some illustration to some of what I'll say. So on this map, it basically outlines, our master plan in and off the Rodfield and Yorktown corridor. Our arterial streets are highlighted in red on the map, and highlighted in green are your collector streets. The properties that had come to Public Works back in September of 2024 are shown in blue and in pink. The Azali Point development is shown in blue. On the left in pink is the Yorktown Village development. Both properties approached us with an amendment request to delete a segment of Fred's Folly, which goes through their property. I'll show you a little bit better on another slide. But Fred's Folly is proposed as a C1 collector, 60-foot right-of-way dedication required. And due to the alignment and some of the construction requirements that would be required, they asked for an amendment to the master plan. That was taken to Planning Commission in December of 2024. Planning Commission denied the amendment request and asked to maintain the integrity of the master plan. And they decided to maintain that simply because they're trying to maintain connectivity for the schools that were being built by CCISD. And on this particular screen, you'll see those schools highlighted south of Yorktown, the elementary school that opened up in 2024 in the teal color, and in the orange color is the middle school that opened up in 2025. So this particular slide better highlights the both properties, their proposed developments there. It shows the alignment overlaid over both of the properties, indicating, some of the issues that they had brought to us. But as far as the construction requirements that would be required, in addition to the dedication of the right-of-way, there was a drainage crossing there at the north across the ditch to connect Fred's Folly that exists to this section, and there would be a signal required at Yorktown. This particular slide is information that we had when we went to Planning Commission that showed the boundaries for the elementary school, which would only extend to the ditch section. And this school opened up, like I said, in 2024. In 2025, the middle school opened, and this information became privy to us after Planning Commission, but is one of the reasons they supported the request to maintain the alignment, because as you can see for the middle school, the boundary not only extends north of the ditch, but north to the other collector, Brook Road. So we did receive options from the Azali Point developer, right, in which they had asked us to first, remove the alignment, which Planning Commission denied. Another option was to reroute the alignment, and this still meets the intent of the plan, but this would reroute Fred's Folly around their development. It would put a little bit more constraints on the abutting the property owner, but it would meet the intent of the master plan. And then one other option they presented, and both developers did this in all fairness, they asked to put the roadway on each other's respective properties. But in any case, like I said, our stance is to maintain the master plan, and that's what we supported after the Planning Commission amendment hearing. We still stand by and support that.
Okay, and just one other thing, and I appreciate all the work that you did. Thank you so much. And, I know one of the things that we talked about is maintaining the integrity. I just didn't want to, I hate to contradict staff. And now, did we have public safety look at this with regard to, and was there any type of traffic impact analysis?
There's not a traffic impact analysis required at this particular, because it's not a site development type of analysis. This is a very high level, more qualitative than kind of quantitative, data that goes in behind this. But Chief Wade is here if he wants to speak towards public safety.
We did have public safety look at it, so the fire department looked at it and has expressed some opinions. So Chief is here to talk about those.
So Brandon Wade, Fire Chief. So there's no requirements by us by fire code saying it has to be in there, but for us in public safety, when we look at the master plan has the roadway in there, which allows us other options and access back into neighborhoods, that's going to help, fire department, EMS get out of with those options. So for our stance, when we look at it, we support keeping the master plan as is because it allows us access to and from back in those neighborhoods.
Okay. And then I'd like to invite the developers representative to come up and then kind of discuss the options that I guess that were presented or that the developer is amenable to.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Teres Samona. I represent the developer. on this. So we've been working with our client for a little over a year, and we presented this to Public Works and Traffic, and everything was going forward, and then it was put to a stop. So they've been dealing with it a little bit over a year. There will still be access for the fire department and the departments to utilize whatever is developed on both sides. So there'll still be access to that. And there is an alternative pathway on Oso Parkway, which is in the master plan for them, for the connectivity of the schools and the streets, which are a concern. Another thing to bring up when we were discussing with Public Works is removing the one bridge that needs to be built on the north to connect Fred Folly is about $1.5 million of taxpayers' money that could be avoided, because we do have connectivity about half a mile down the road on Oso Parkway. So, and then one other thing that was brought up when we were presenting this to Public Works and the departments is it also produces about $40 million of taxable income to the city on this development that's been on hold for the past year. So those are a couple facts for y'all to consider. So I know it's been brought up, so I'm here to field questions. Oh, one last thing, and then I'll answer the question. And Public Works and Traffic were on board previously before getting denied to remove it. So.
Councilman Cantu.
Quick question. Who's the owner of the property next door? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Does anybody know who's the other owner? By chance, the one in the pink box?
I'm not sure of his name, but it's the Yorktown Village.
Have they came forward and complained about the project also?
No.
No?
Not since after Planning Commission, and he is correct. At Planning Commission, as I stated, we did provide a...
Because majority of that street is going to be on his property, right?
Yes, a majority of it is...
I remember getting a phone call from him.
Yes.
He was really upset. I think his name was Maury, I'm not mistaken.
It sounds familiar, but yes, I don't remember.
He was very upset about that. He was going to lose all that property. Okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Scott.
Wait on it. Wait on it. My Labrador. So what? I get. Police, fire, and EMS want as many streets as possible, and that's a Mark Scott statement. But I get it. But I thought it was interesting that between Cimarron, I guess I'll ask city staff, between Cimarron and Rodfield, there's not a. We talked about this. I'm cheating. We talked about this yesterday. So because I get the concept is we got these squares and we're going to cut a square in the middle and that's going to provide this connectivity, and we need to keep with the master plan because that's what the master plan does. But I did think it was interesting that there's precedent to not put that middle street in, because I guess there was in the master plan to put the street in between Cimarron and Rod Field that was eliminated, I guess, when Del Mar purchased the property and developed.
Correct.
So there is some history that you don't have to have a street, in between major intersections, and so I had a couple interesting thoughts on this. One, we talked about saving money, and if we don't put this in, then I think you think it's less than $1.4 million, and I certainly have no idea. But there is taxpayer dollars that will be allocated to the bridge if we do this. And so we save some money if we don't. Now, I think that my Achilles heel in all this is that once you extend Oso Parkway, well, then you have access to Oso Parkway, which, by the way, we'll love for cycling. And you have Rod Field, and then I guess you'd have Yorktown, and on the other side would be what's that, Slough, right? So you'd have that. So I don't see the need. I think it's a savings. I was told that Public Works and Traffic at one time at least was supportive. What I don't understand is that there's these three options, and I don't know who came up with the options.
I guess the engineer representing
that's
Valley
fine.
Point.
So could you talk me through these three options? Is that something that you guys did?
So in the talk with Public Works and Traffic, we presented, you just don't present one option. So different options. Ideal for both parties that would develop this, that would provide taxable property income for the city would be to eliminate. Now, if the city said no, there was two other options. We moved forward with completely removing the street from the master plan. When Traffic and Public Works were on board after we presented, they went with option one, and we were all going forward with Planning Commission. I believe both property owners were on board. Everything was a go, and then there was a halt put to it.
Okay, and then option 2 and 3 came from subsequent?
They were presented all at the same time. All at the same time, and the best path forward because of the connectivity on the other side of Oso Parkway, and what you just discussed was to remove it from the master plan.
I also think it's interesting that if you did put this street through, on the other side of the ditch are a number of houses that have driveways that empty onto Fred's Folly, which is going to be really interesting. I'm not sure I'd want that if I had a house.
Also, it's also a cul-de-sac right now that has a beautiful sidewalk path that connects the entire neighborhoods of Greystone Park and Graceland Park. So you have, I want to say, probably about 2 miles of walkway and bikeway right now that will be hindered if you did this.
Yeah. So I'm not angry at staff. I get it, but sometimes I just don't think you need it. I just don't. I think people want to live in places where there's not, a lot of access. You want to have a house where if your dog gets loose, you're not worried. You can chase him down before he gets to a major intersection.
Where your children can play outside safely.
Yeah, our kids want to play outside, or you're walking. And anyhow, I'm okay with eliminating it, and that's why I signed the document. And if it helps us get $40 million in development, then that's a good thing. I did think that what'd you say, Yorktown Partners? I thought they wanted something. They want some kind of street, right? That you can.
Yorktown Village, that's the development shown in pink. Yes, like I said, they were on board, of course, with removal. They were on board with relocating it. At the end of the day, I don't think either developer, wanted the road necessarily, just because they were looking at impacts.
Developable land.
Costs.
And the
Yes,
way it exists now, God dog it, that makes 1/5 of it, I guess, or 1/4 of it, really undevelopable. The way it's currently in the plan. So anyhow, I'm okay with eliminating it.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay, so if we don't eliminate it, it's going to cost the taxpayers more money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If we don't eliminate it, if we keep it, it'll cost taxpayer money? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, tell me which one. Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. The city would, this contributions from the developer to build the road, the city ultimately would pay, a good portion of the construction cost.
We know how much?
Renee, do we know the estimated cost?
Estimate.
Well, just, I guess, keep in mind that the master plan inherently, it requires collaboration between the city and the developer.
Yeah.
So we have streets on here that are C1 collectors that is a developer's responsibility to build, regardless. Anything that's an oversized street, that's where the city would participate, but there would have to be a fund to help in that participation. In this particular case, I don't have an estimate. There was never an estimate provided to us with regards to the drainage crossing. What we do have is an agreement from 2009. We found the ordinance in which the developer to the north who built Fred's Folly, they deposited their share into an account. Because the way it works for oversized drainage connections, anything above 15 feet, the city participates in that oversizing.
Yeah.
The developers share in anything up to 15 feet for the bottom width of a ditch. So we have half of the money that the developer put in 2009. So this particular developer would be responsible for that other half to make up that 15 foot for that cost. The city would put in the rest. But that's understood in a master plan that you may have streets that would cross drainage, that would require drainage crossings. You have streets that may be oversized because of the capacity, But at that time, the city makes a decision, and this is where we're at, is do we want the roadway there? Because like I said, in a lot of our streets on the plan, they do require collaboration and cost sharing between the city and the developer.
Okay. And sometimes you can change plans. They're not set in stone. You made a statement, Public Works and Traffic were on board at one time. What happened?
Council member got involved and put a halt to it.
No, excuse me, I'll answer that question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I would disregard.
She was looking at me. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. I would disregard that answer. But so Ernie, who's in a conference today, and the 3 signatories were aware of that, but we wanted to bring it forward anyway. As he learned more about this project and ultimately had to make recommendations, he got more information, is the bottom line. So he got input from the fire chief. He got input from the school districts.
Who is he?
He is Ernesto De La Garza.
Okay.
Yeah, so as Ernesto worked through the planning commission and then to get to city council or not, he got more information. He probably should have had it way back here, but as he progressed forward to points in time, he got input from the fire chief and input from the school districts and looked at the map, talked to the traffic team, and basically changed his recommendation.
Correct. We had limited information when this first came in September. When we took it to Planning Commission in December, said we didn't have any information about the connectivity that came to light after in 2025. So when we presented, and this is where this exhibit, I don't know if it can be displayed, where it came into play, where as far as the schools and the connectivity, all we had information on was the elementary school that was in place, and the school boundary only extended up to the ditch section. Planning Commission, I don't know if they were aware of information and why they asked for it to be maintained on the plan, but subsequently, we obtained information that was published because we like to go off of actual data, right? And what was published indicated that the school zone boundaries would extend further north. And that was the reason for maintaining the support that Planning Commission and their recommendation they had provided, and why it looked like we switched. Was it switched? It was limited information that we had at the time.
And why would we not have gotten more information before we made that?
Well, we can't control when the school publishes their information or, when things
So
up.
I'm about truth and transparency, so I can't ignore what he said. So did a council member get involved? Is that the reason that it was changed?
No, and I can absolutely say that plays no part in what we do in Public Works. I mean, our team looks, we have conversations internally. We look at the data in front of us that's presented. And at the time, we only had information where we're looking at connectivity as, something that's, its importance. We only had information on the middle school. And the elementary school. Information on the middle school wasn't published to the public until in 2025.
So is the answer no council member got involved?
No council member got involved.
Never had it?
Excuse me, a council member did educate us and did get involved.
Right.
However, Ernie is the Public Works Director and has to give the ultimate opinion on this and recommendation, and that's what he did, and he got better information as time progressed. I'm glad you asked the question, Councilwoman, because I don't want the community or the developer or the council to think the city manager stopped it or a council member stopped it. It was a set of professionals in Public Works who analyzed the information, got better information as time progressed, and did change their opinion and their recommendation, but that's because they got better information.
Correct.
And so so that's what led them to their conclusion and ultimate recommendation.
And I appreciate you telling me a council member got involved.
Yeah, a council
because
member
that's
got
the
involved.
truth. They got involved. And when he comes up here and says that,
Yeah,
we should answer that.
yeah, a council
I don't
member-
care who we are,
Right.
if we get involved. So thank you for clarifying. A council member did get involved.
I was involved with the council member, analyzing the site, looking at how wide the roadway is at Fred Folly, I guess south of Yorktown, and being educated from a council member who knows the area, who has known.
And that's not unusual.
And there's nothing wrong with that, and who's known it for decades,
Yeah.
and is a good advocate for good traffic circulation.
But
More so than, say, myself, who doesn't live out there, or
Yeah.
Public Works Director, who doesn't live out there.
Because the district councilman, they know their area, and I don't fault anybody for that. I just want us to always be transparent and tell the truth.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I don't know where I'm at on this, because I'm about saving money, and if we don't need it, so I'm not sure that we do. I haven't been convinced either way. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. And this has been kind of an odyssey that I look back, it's probably about 3-4 years that I've been looking at this particular location. I think it was before Alex Azalea owned the property. But I've taken the city manager out to that location at least twice, maybe 3 times. I've taken the public works director out there when he first came on board. I took Chief Wade out there when he first came on board last year. And it was one of the things where I was concerned about the mobility, because who knows when Oso Parkway is going to get built. There's a, and then there's no guarantees that Slough Road will actually connect into it, because there's private property there of an individual owner that may not allow or may not have any development for that street to be built. So what effectively have happened is you have one entrance into those neighborhoods, which is specifically Slough Road. And then if you look at the elementary school there, Cold Elementary, try to get into that neighborhood at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It creates some challenges for emergency vehicles to get in there. So, the Councilman Scott gave the example about the giving up of the easement of Bronx because Del Mar didn't want to build it. But there was more than one way to get into those neighborhoods. You could either go through Airline or you could go through Cimarron. In this case, there's only one way to get in. Okay, so, for safety purposes, you want to make sure you have at least 2 ways to get in there in case something happens on one side. Also, in terms of mobility, you have 2 fire stations that you can get to this. Fire Station 17 and I believe Fire Station 4 that's on Rodfield. But they would still have to go through one entrance. So I want to make sure that we have the mobility for this area. And I understand Councilman Scott doesn't live in this area and doesn't really have concern for the residents in those areas, but we need to have the mobility for those folks there. Now, I understand the developers don't want to pay for this, and I get it. And I have a relationship with Alex Azalea. He actually coached my son in youth soccer 15 years ago. His son and my son are the same age. Caro and my son are the same age. So I've known him for a long time. It has nothing to do with the developer or who wants to pay for this, but this is for the safety of those residents. I've been, on this for more than 4 years. I've seen the development out there where you have, not a lot of mobility, and everybody is fed onto a single road. It's important for the safety and mobility of that area to make sure that we have this road. And I'm against removing it. I am the district representative, and I don't want to have this road removed. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Here,
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. First off, I just, in defense of my good buddy to my left, the other one, he's an at-large councilman, ran at large. Yeah. So I'm sure so I think it's completely out of line to make those kind of comments, and it's just political theater. But the thing is I just want to ask, where do we go from here? Because the developer, and mind you, this council member got involved. So that's obviously how it got here. So, yeah. So, where do we go from here to be able for them? Because now, at least where I'm concerned is that the developer presented some options. And Peter, I'm looking at you. The developer presented some options, and I'm sure your staff could help. The staff could help. And at that time, it's my understanding that because staff didn't have all the information, then it went to Planning Commission based on the recommendation. They were following through with the recommendation that staff had made. Then it went to Planning Commission and died. So now, how do we get the other options on the table so that way the council can make an informed decision?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer that. So I don't know if it's Demas or Renee, but
because here, if I may, and because you're looking at a $40 million development on one side,
right?
And once again, I bring up to how much ad valorem does that create? We talk about having money for streets. We talk about having money for safety. That goes directly to our bottom line. And I understand the concern with safety. So there were some options presented with regard to the safety. And if this council votes no, I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with it. It's just that now what we've done is that the interest payments on that property, all right, are very expensive to a developer that is a proven developer, And then in essence, the longer we wait or kick that can down the road, the longer it takes for us to collect that ad valorem. Okay, so that's revenue that we lose. Now, I know we have to look at it from all spectrum, but we have to expedite that. So how do we get it back to a point where the developer was making these recommendations?
Well, we did. We provided that opportunity after Planning Commission. We had correspondence conversations with both developers, asking them to try to come to a resolution on an alignment that would work. And unfortunately, we were never able to get to one resolution. But the options were, again, presented to both developers to try to work out a solution. Obviously, it just comes down to cost and whether or not, and in this stage of the process, right, it's just really, do we want the roadway on the master plan or not? Once they move into that, I call it the next phase, the city does offer mitigation for any, for construction costs. But it's on the developer. It's their responsibility to demonstrate if the costs are disproportionate to their development. And at that point, there can be mitigation discussed between council and city management as far as, if costs were to be offset and how much that would be. But in this part, it's just really focused on, do we want the roadway? Do we want the connectivity? And then once we answer that question, the next phase would be then determining costs.
But the developer did offer, was it the developer that offered the alternatives, or was it
Correct.
city staff?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So at that point, I guess I have to ask the developer, do we have the is the developer open to those options?
We have to take it back to our client to look at that. At this point, we were moving forward with the removal of it, sir.
Okay, all right. And then, so if, this is my last chance to speak, so if I were to want to move this forward, what is it then? If I were to want to move this forward, what would I have to vote to? Because there's not, it's just to amend it to remove the road from the, from the master plan. Is that it? Is it that simple?
Yes, Councilman, if the majority of the council says to remove that street or road from the major transportation plan, then it would be removed. Right now, it's in the plan, and so that's a council-approved plan, and so the developer is required to build it. So to remove it or to change it would take a council action.
Okay, and the only reason is that because the master plan is written really contradicts what the developer is wanting to do, to be able to provide a $40 million development, not counting the development on the other side.
Correct.
Okay, well then for now, I'll make that motion to amend it as amending the roadway master plan of mobility Corpus Christi, a transportation element of the comprehensive plan, to remove sections of Fred Folly Drive. And I know there's others to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Scott.
Awesome, Gil. Hey, Mark cares. Yeah. That was, wow. A couple thoughts. One, let me just reiterate, there is no way to get from Yorktown to get back into that neighborhood between Cimarron and Rodfield. End of story. So there is some precedent that we don't do that. I would love to go, I would ask what the Fred's Folly folks would think about and extending that, because all of their driveways empty onto Fred's Folly, which so I think not extending that is a safety issue to them, is a positive issue to them. Also, it's just fascinating to me that if you're going to do it, why would you do Fred's Folly? And I can't find it now. It's up on your map. Why wouldn't you move it over to the next street over so at least it's more of a straight shot? I don't understand that. I think there ought. Can you come back up and put that map up? Because I can't. I was looking at Google Earth here. So that's just bizarre to me that we have a plan that takes off of whatever that is, a fifth of developable property, while you wouldn't at least attempt to connect into whatever that next street over or the second street to the left, if that's the God-given plan that we need that connection, that connectivity. I do think there ought to be a conversation between both developers. You know, I think they both should have a say-so in this. If I am okay with eliminating Fred's Folly extension between Yorktown and Las Bahias or Los Arroyos, if that's, I don't know what street that is. So I'm okay with that. If there has to be a street, it would seem to me you would want to run it down between those two properties. I don't know the Yorktown folks, but I would ask that. So my thought is, if we want to eliminate it, I'm good with that. If we have to keep it, we ought to at least table this for 30 days and allow opportunity to visit with the developers to come up with a better solution that eliminates 1/3, 1/5 of developable property. Keeping in mind that, I mean, I know you say it's 1.4 million, and I think when we talked yesterday, you were thinking $400,000 or $500,000 total cost, but the developers are going to put in $50,000 apiece. So what I'm told is that the previous developer put 50 in, the new guy is going to have to put 50 in. That's $100,000, but the bridge is somewhere between, she says, we think, 300 or 400, and you say $1.4 million. The difference, whatever it is, if it's $1, it's taxpayers' dollars. So I'm all for eliminating, saves some money. I think there's still access, and I'm a little offended that people don't think I care about that neighborhood. I'm okay with putting this off if we want to have a conversation, Mr. Barretta, with the adjoining property owners to see if there's a solution we can all appreciate.
Well, here, I'll withdraw my motion if it goes in that direction.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I want to clear up a few things. This was turned down by the Planning Commission, correct?
Oh, sorry.
This is voted down by the Planning Commission.
Correct.
Right? So normally when you have something that's voted down by the Planning Commission, it comes to City Council, you have to have a supermajority to overrule the Planning Commission, correct?
Legal provided clarification on that since Planning Commission voted no, it's not an amendment to the master plan, so that's why it wasn't brought to council.
Okay, but since this was brought up separately to circumvent the Planning Commission's vote, does it still require a supermajority to vote to overturn what the Planning Commission recommended?
Miles says no because it's not a zoning change.
It only applies to zoning, that you require a supermajority if the Planning Commission votes it down?
Rebecca?
I'd have to look. I don't know.
Okay.
I thought we were looking this up because I know I brought it up to Ernie when I met with him last week about it.
We did.
I thought Buck was supposed to be looking at this.
Yes, Buck provided a response saying no, it wasn't required. Yeah. Then it's not required.
So if we want to circumvent Planning Commission, we just need to do a 3 signature memo?
Well, I think what you're not going to get is a positive staff recommendation at that point. But the zoning, for purposes of zoning, the zoning ordinance itself, does require supermajority for certain types of zoning changes that that are being opposed by a certain percentage or lack approval by the Planning Commission. In this case, because it's not a zoning change per se, then no supermajority is required. You just don't have a positive staff recommendation.
All right, can we verify that and have something in writing to confirm that? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Also, humor aside, there's no ordinance attached to this request. Do we need an ordinance so we can actually read the ordinance to vote on?
There is one attached.
Yeah, there is.
Maybe I didn't see it. I'll leave it there. Also, I did meet with the Munoz Engineering. I met with actually Mr. Munoz and talked about some of the other options to where it could tee it off. The reason it had to be on Fred's Folly is because Fred's Folly is built to a C1 collector. Both Las Bahias and Boomerang are not. They're built to local standards, which is a 28-foot curb to curb, as opposed to the C1 collector, which is Fred's Folly. It's a much wider road, similar to how Fred's Folly was built on the other side of Yorktown. So it doesn't make sense to put those onto local roads, but it should be put on the C1 collector as it was originally designed.
Right, and Councilman, that goes to Councilman Scott's, question about can we just move it over to the left a little bit?
Right, and that's why I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, the road, the width, and Renee can help, but you probably have them, Councilman, but the width of the road is much wider, both on each side of that undeveloped property, because it was contemplated that this would be a major roadway.
Correct. Now, I don't know why that didn't line up on the other side of Yorktown. I can't do anything about it. Everything's built out the way it was. That was done well before any of us were on council.
Correct.
Okay, so in meeting with Ram Munoz about this, in terms of how it was designed, it didn't, the master plan shows there's a road and a recommendation. It doesn't have to be built exactly like that. It can be adjusted and maneuvered. And there was if you pull up option 2 on the presentation is what I had talked to him about possibly doing, have kind of L-ing it off there and maybe splitting the on the property between the two developers for the C1 collector. Now, I don't think it's exactly on that line specifically, but if it's something that they could share in the expense on. Now, I'd always anticipated that the bridge would have to be a bond project, and it was something I was going to recommend as one of the bond projects for District 5, but that is something that is needed for that mobility. So, like I said, I recommend that we keep this road there. We can adjust how it's designed and how it looks so it doesn't, affect, like Councilman Scott taking off a fifth of one of the developers' properties. We can square that off, but ultimately we still need that road for mobility. And then putting it over straight onto Las Bahias, again, I said they're two local roads, but Las Bahias goes right into Fred's Folly. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense there. I would love that this would have been designed differently. If we could have, maybe somebody in development services or planning could have kind of caught this on the front side. I'm not blaming anybody, okay? It's just, we have to deal with what we have. We only have one way in and into this neighborhood. I want to make sure that we have safety in position and try to work with what we have. Fred's Folly is a C1 collector. It's a C1 collector on the other side. It is what it is. It's not lined up. If you look at where Oso Parkway is, it's not lined up either. There's a lot of things that we have to try and work through. So let's see if we can come together, work with the developers on both sides of this street, and figure out how to make it work. But ultimately, we need to make sure that for the long run, we have mobility for everybody that's in those neighborhoods. Thank you.
Councilman Cantu.
Roland, I don't want to ever hear any more lip about my memos again. Does the owners of the property have to pay for the traffic light?
They would in this case. Yorktown is proposed to have a signal at Fred's Folly. This development came in afterwards. But like I said earlier, where we're at and under our purview, it's really, does the road need to be maintained? Now, the developer, I guess they have the right per se, if they demonstrate costs and disproportionality in those costs, to then maybe ask or petition to the city. But for what what we oversee and what we do, we're just really focused on the roadway.
How much do you think is going to cost them to do all this work?
I don't know. I don't have that number. There's an estimate, I think, provided in the roadway master plan that shows $400K for signal. But I'm not sure what that entailed. It may not have just accounted for, I know the cost can be lower if you're just putting in one pole.
I really want to sit down with the owner next door and get his feedback, because I remember him calling me about it, and he was really upset about it. And
we have no estimates to go off of.
Yeah. And he's a big taxpayer for Nueces County, and they have a lot of properties and a lot of land and stuff, and I want to hear his side and stuff like that. And I really would like to make a motion to table this for 30 days, if it's possible.
Second.
But
Okay. Yeah. We have a motion and a second to table. Councilwoman Vaughn.
You know, we accommodate developers all the time. According to, I guess, the name that comes in here, we accommodate more. But he deserves the same respect as we do the others. And it's very rare that I agree with Mark, but I do today. But, hey, it may not be a bunch of them, but today I agree with you. I think we need to give them the opportunity to come up with some of their options, because it doesn't sound to me like any of us are sold on the options. So I'd support your tabling it.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion and a second to table. Let's see, do we need to do public comment if we're tabling? We do. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on item number 18. If anybody would like to make comment. Okay, I'll close public comment, and please submit your vote on tabling the item for 30 days. Okay, the motion carries. Okay, so it is 1:52. We're going to break for lunch. When we return, we will have one item left, which is an update on water supply projects. So the council will go into executive session on items 20 through 22 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will be back. Okay, welcome back. We are back from lunch and are going to address our last item on the agenda, which is item number 19, an update on our water supply projects.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. Today, I'll give you an update on each of our water supply projects, but I will definitely start with some key slides from the National Weather Service. As you know, we have a briefing with them once a week, and we wanted to share a couple of their slides with all of you this week. First slide shows the 7-day stream flow going into our reservoirs within our basin. As you can see, and the arrow points to it, but we're in that maroon reddish area for our watershed, and the stream flows are very below normal. And the National Weather Service certainly reminds us of that every week. That has an impact because that is what's providing any inflow into our reservoir systems. Additionally, I've got their chart that shows soil moisture. The soil moisture in our area of Texas and within our watershed is extremely low. And how does this impact us? If there is any precipitation, basically it's harder for the water to make it to the reservoirs to benefit us. A little bit of historical data from the National Weather Service. The graph on the left of the screen, that is from the National Weather Service. This is normal rainfall within our area. And I do want to point out this is for the city of Corpus Christi, but this is normal rainfall from 1981 to 2010. As you can see, the big month typically, historically for us, has been in September. You can certainly see the bar chart, how high that is. I do want to also point out that October is usually a higher rainfall month. And once you get past October, historically, we really don't see anything until the May or June timeframe. And that is exactly what the state climatologist told us about a month ago when we met with him. I wanted to also point out that sort of the September totals for the last 4 years are on the right, and then also annual rainfall totals. To date, in 2025, we've seen 16.1 inches of rainfall. The point here is a normal rainfall year isn't what we need. We need abnormal rainfall. We need extraordinary rainfall to make a dent in this drought. When you look at the 3 to 4 week temperature and precipitation outlook, falls right in with what the state climatologist was telling us. A little warmer than normal weather, and certainly drier than normal, below normal precipitation. With that, I'll get into the updates of our water supply projects. The first one we'll talk about today is the Nueces groundwater project. So as you recall, we have 2 well fields. The first is the eastern well field. These are the properties along County Road 73 that the city owns. We've drilled 8 wells, and we are currently discharging up to 8 MGD. If you recall from our last week's conversation, we modified well 1. Well 1 had the highest total dissolved solids of any of the wells. So we essentially sealed off the lower portion of the well to improve water quality. That work has been done. The pump has been reinstalled, and we actually started pumping it. We pumped it for a couple hours yesterday, so we'll have some better data on that as the week goes on. The current expenditures for the well field is $15.7 million. The long-term sustainable pumping that our hydrogeologist has estimated is 11 MGD, is 10 to 11 MGD. The western well field will require an additional bed and banks permit. The work is ongoing in support of that. We have Carollo engineers working on additional studies along the river and to do our homework along with aquatic life monitoring as well, so that we provide as complete a submittal package as possible for the TCEQ, because this will be Bed and Banks permit number 2. In that western well, and I do want to stop for a minute. Again, the wells are ordered sequentially, so well 9 is the first well in the western well field. We don't have 9 wells there, it's just well 9 total overall. So well 9 has been drilled. We've test pumped the well, took water quality samples, and designed the permanent pump. The permanent pumping equipment has been ordered, and we'll have it in approximately 3 weeks or so. Well number 10 has been drilled. The pump testing is complete, and we're in the process of designing the permanent pumping assembly. Well number 11, the drilling is complete. We have not test pumped it yet or taken any water quality samples. That work will be done over the next 1 to 2 weeks. And we are currently drilling well 12 now. Additionally, you can see we have started work on the water line in the interior of the well field. There's a picture there to the right of the text. You can see the CCW crews currently installing the water line. That picture was taken yesterday, so it's pretty updated, fresh off the press picture. The hydrogeologist has estimated sustainable pumping at 17 MGD. I would like to point out that we're getting more data every day as we test more of these wells. Initially, the thought is short-term pumping we can increase for the next couple of years, maybe up to 24 MGD out of that well field. So there's just some differences there. Those numbers will be dialed in and continually to be reviewed as we drill additional wells and conduct the test pumping. The current expenditures on the western well field is $5.8 million. And then as an additional reminder, we did receive $30 million of grant funding from the state of Texas, and our staff is currently working with the Texas Water Development Board, who is administrating that grant. The pictures on the right, again, you have CCW crews installing new water line in the western well field. The picture on the top is the main discharge on the eastern well field. And then the picture on the bottom is one of the single site wells. That's well 4, and that's it's adjacent to the river. Next project is the Evangeline Groundwater Project. The project is for 22,789 acres of groundwater rights. There is an earnest money and option period that would provide the city a 120-day inspection / due diligence period that allows us to review surface rights, allows us to review easements of pipelines throughout the well field, allows us to determine exact well locations, to determine road locations and water line locations. The seller has 180 days to deliver the required permits. Those permits include all the permits. Those are production permits, drilling permits, and transport permits. Those permits are required to be non-appealable as per the negotiated contract. And the seller has stated that they would begin working on securing those permits as soon as the contract has been signed. Additionally, the seller is to provide clean and indefeasible title to the groundwater rights, and also the conveyance of existing groundwater wells and appurtenances. There's two wells, test wells, that they drilled previously as part of their due diligence portion of the project, and those would convey to the city. And additionally, assignment of surface use agreements. One thing I want to point out is council previously approved a number of contracts, and one of those was with Pape Dawson Engineers. They are working together with Hansen and Intera. That work is in process, so our due diligence period has already begun. That pre-engineering phase has already begun, and a lot of work continues to be ongoing with staff. The next slide shows our considerations for project implementation. And I guess I led into it, but staff is working with Pape Dawson, Hanson, and Intera, and HDR, and we are engaged in pre-engineering. The HDR component is they've completed the condition assessment of the Mary Roads pipeline, and they are providing analysis and commentary on the connection point for the Mary Roads pipeline. As I stated, the permits are to be required. The property survey is forthcoming. We hope to have that by the end of the day today. There will be another component will be TCQ approval. These are new water supplies going into a conveyance line. So Pape Dawson will be working with TCQ to obtain their approval on the well locations and the well design. Permanent power is needed for each well and for the new pump station that will be required. Staff and Pape Dawson, we've been working with AEP, who will be the power provider. The connection point to the MRP has been confirmed. We had a workshop last week with all of the engineering firms, and we have confirmed the connection point. The MRP easements, and I'm not shy about this, they're all very complicated and they're all very different. Now that we know the connection point to the MRP, those easements will have to be reviewed, and we'll have to work with the landowners to better understand any requirements that may have been written in the easements. Infrastructure will be required. That will consist of water wells, water lines, access roads, the electrical infrastructure, and also a pump station. The pump station and ground storage tank will accumulate all the water that's pumped from the ground, and then that will deliver that water to the city through the Mary Roads pipeline. We have been working with other entities in the area, most namely the city of Sinton. We drafted an interlocal agreement. We met with them in person to review that agreement. That agreement focuses primarily on an interconnection between the city of Sinton and this new Evangeline Wellfield. We've also met with other entities, including the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. The next project I'd like to talk about is the Harbor Island Seawater Desalination Plant. This project is being managed by the Nueces River Authority. The total production for this plant for phase one is 100 million gallons a day. They have issued an RFQ, advertised an RFQ for the conveyance line as part of the project. And we were informed just yesterday that in 2 to 3 weeks, they will issue an RFQ for a P3 partnership. There are required permits as part of this project. There's a TCQ intake permit. That draft is expected by the end of October. There's a TCQ discharge permit. We've also been informed that draft is expected by the end of October. And there are 3 U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permits, including construction on Harbor Island, which they've received a draft of that permit. It's in hand. The bore under the island, and then structures for the diversion and the intake that's out in the Gulf. Next week on October 21st, we will be bringing the option fee for council to consider. This is a one-time non-refundable option fee to reserve the water, and also provides with the city and CCW an opportunity to take part and participate and provide input into the design of the NRA conveyance line, which will then in turn facilitate the most efficient approach for the city to install its water line to deliver the water to the city. The water price purchase agreement, I've shown options for 30, 40, and 50 million gallons a day. The project, as we know, this is a big project. It's a 100 million gallon a day seawater desalination plant. There's a lot of things that have taken place and a lot of things that still need to be determined. The NRA has signed a 50-year lease agreement with an extension with the Port of Corpus Christi. That lease agreement is for the 30 acres on Harbor Island. The picture on the right in the yellow circle depicts where Harbor Island is located at. As part of this agreement between the NRA and the port is responsible for all permits. And in the previous slide, I updated you on the status of each of those permits as we've been informed. A water supply contract will be negotiated with the city once construction costs are confirmed. What the NRA has stated is that price would be $10 to $15 per 1,000 gallons, but they cannot commit to the price because construction costs have not yet been decided, or determined, excuse me. Again, CCW, as part of the option fee, would be able to provide input into the conveyance line. And this conveyance line, for city purposes, would be a new capital project that would have to be designed. The intake structure for the plant would be 1.3 miles southeast of San Jose Island. San Jose Island is the nearest barrier island. The effluent diffuser would be located 1.8 miles southeast of San Jose Island. These lines would be installed in a tunnel that would be bored under the islands and under the Gulf. The power situation has not yet been determined. The NRA is currently working with power providers to provide transmission level power to the site. Again, we met with them yesterday and they are actively working on that process as well. Our next water supply project is water reuse, or it can be reclaimed water. CCW continues to meet with multiple entities regarding the use of effluent water from multiple wastewater treatment plants. We've had multiple meetings over the last week, and those discussions are proceeding, and once we've got more details and a more defined term sheet, we will update City Council regarding those agreements. We've also we've been looking at the conveyance of effluent water from Oso to potentially Greenwood. As you remember, the Oso wastewater treatment plant is the largest within the city. It has the most effluent water available. The key with Oso is to get that effluent water to a place where it can be utilized. And then there is another capital project that Garver is working on. They are nearing completion of a technical memo that discusses aquifer storage and recovery. The city previously embarked on a large investigative project for aquifer storage and recovery that involved a potential area around the Corpus Christi airport. So that will be addressed in the Garver Tech memo, as will direct potable reuse and the treatment of that to make the effluent water potable, and then different conveyance options, specifically centered around our wastewater treatment plants, again, to get that effluent water to a location where it can be better utilized. CC Polymers, they have a seawater desalination plant located on the ship channel. That plant is, we've been told, anywhere from 90 to 95% complete. It's never been in operation. And we are reviewing the feasibility for the acquisition of that plant. However, it's important to note that that plant is owned by 3 entities, and we need all of those entities to be in agreement before we move forward with further negotiations. We've engaged CDM Smith. They've provided a preliminary technical memo on the property. that has given us some costs and timeline information, and they've also looked into some of the permitting challenges as well. The chart on the right of this slide was developed by CDM Smith. And as you can see, per the chart, the plant can be upgraded. It's feasible to upgrade the plant to 31.5 MGD, about 31 MGD. CC Polymers has stated they require 7 MGD for a fully operational plant. So that would mean that would leave 24 MGD long-term for the city if the upgrades and permitting challenges could be addressed. Improvements would be needed for the site to deliver potable water into our potable water system. The equipment itself, it is primarily installed under a canopy. It's been out in the weather. We know the environment here is very harsh. And of course, the condition is aged, and we don't know its current condition. If the 3 entities that own CC Polymer would be interested in the sale of that equipment and that plant, the CCW would recommend a very detailed condition assessment of the complete plant that would investigate the current condition of the electrical, the pumping, the piping, all of the processes and the equipment to better understand its actual condition so that the city can make an educated decision. As I stated earlier, there would be upgrades needed to increase capacity and permit revisions would be required. If the plant would be start to deliver potable water, then TCQ approval would be required. That it's basically a new water treatment plant, and TCQ would absolutely have to approve that. Negotiations would be with CC Polymer representatives, but again, they are representing 3 different entities that have to be in agreement. And then there is additional work to be done to connect any water delivered from that plant into our distribution system. If it's potable water, if it's raw water, then the water either needs to go to Owen Stevens or it's got to go directly to a raw water customer. The South Texas Water Authority, as you know, they've adjusted their plan with a target of phase 1 to be 13 million gallons a day, with 3 million gallons a day for South Texas Water and its customers. That would make 10 million gallons a day available for sale to the city. They've also stated there would be an option to add more water in additional 10 million gallon a day increments. To date, we are continuing with the MOU that was signed. We've received some good data. We've received some water quality data that we were allowed to analyze. We have not received some of the test pumping production reports, and we're still working with STWA. I do want to mention, I've got it at the bottom of the slide, STWA has requested current discussions focus on the extension of their water purchase contract with the city. That contract is set to expire December 31st, 2025, and we've had some very good meetings with them and hope to bring a contract extension back to council for review and approval in the near future. It's just a summary of our current water supply projects. Again, the Nueces groundwater project, it's shown as 28 MGD. That is using the sustainable pumping numbers that the hydrogeologist has provided, 11 MGD from the east, 17 MGD from the western well field. The goal, we believe, because of the encouraging test pumping data we've received from the west, that short term we can ramp that up a little bit. The eastern well field is basically complete. The western well field, we are targeting May of 2026 for full completion. As a reminder, we do need a bed and banks permit to discharge into the Nueces River. Evangeline Laguna, we're in very active negotiations with them and working very hard to bring a contract back to council next week for review and approval. The target of that is a partial delivery into the Mary Roads pipeline November 2026. I would estimate possibly 12 MGD plus or minus in November 2026, and then another year for the full 24 MGD. It's important to note that Pape Dawson is our engineer of record on that, and as part of their phase one scope of work, they will be delivering a more detailed timeline and time frame, and they will also be delivering us a detailed construction budget. Effluent reuse totals 10 to 16 MGD. Again, we're working with multiple entities. I do believe that we can bring some of that online in 2026, but all depends on how quick we can move forward with some of these agreements. The NRA Harbor Island, that's a 50 MGD total reservation fee. We will discuss that at council next week on October 21st. And then again, we have South Texas Water Authority and also CC Polymer. With that, Mayor and Council, I stand by for questions.
Excuse me. Councilman Scott.
Thanks. So on the CC Polymers, the operation of the desalination, the discharge requires that the plant be operational. Is that correct? Because they use the fluent.
How the permit is currently written, the discharge has to combine with the operations of the plant. We would rely heavily on CDM Smith to help us navigate through those permits. Please keep in mind that the existing permits they have, the focus was industrial water. It was for that plant. So our consultants will have to do a deep dive and review into those permits.
Is there some point of conversation with the entities that we I assume we want some assurances that the plant would be operational? Because I guess unless you modify the permit, you can't run the desal discharge unless the plant's operating.
The CC Polymer has told us their plans, their intent is to get the plant to be operational. But to date, we don't have any timelines. At one time, they said maybe in 2 to 3 years, but we don't have any firm information on that. So I would expect some heavy, detailed permitting work to be associated if we move forward with that project.
Got it. And if you expand the facility, it would require permit amendments. Right? You have to go back to TCEQ and get the permits changed.
Right. So there is the permits. There is some expansion. We can add some treatment equipment and we can expand under their current permit, and that would be to. I think it's. I think it's about 15 MGD. No, yeah, it's about 23 MGD.
Oh, so you could go up to 23 MGD without any permit amendments.
We think. Again, I'm going to rely heavily on our,
So South Texas Water Authority, what was the total dissolved solids on the water? Did we get that? Did they provide that when they gave us the test sample data?
They did, and it escapes me, Councilman, but I want to say it was around that 1,000 MGD mark or 1,000 TDS mark.
So I guess let me ask it this way. So our MAG, right? I'm learning this as I go, so be kind. So our MAG is based on potable water? So the Nueces County MAG, which is whatever, 1.025 per 100 acres or something?
It's
you can make it up. I'll never remember.
Yeah, the MAG is 6,000 acre feet. So that original MAG was developed on fresh water.
Got it.
Right. Our wells are constructed to target brackish water.
Right.
STWA's wells would be drilled to target brackish water.
That's what I was getting.
The consensus among all the professionals that the MAG needs to be revised because during this current drought situation, people are targeting water that, previously no one thought would be of benefit. So the MAG is artificially low, in other words.
Got it. And there's going to be some conversation about trying to make adjustments to the MAG?
Those are ongoing.
Got it.
Yeah, CCW is working on that, yeah.
So we're talking to South Texas Water Authority, and I think the world of them, about extending the current contract. Just for me, what do we charge them now? What do we charge South Texas? If you don't know, you can tell me later.
Right, I can get that.
I was just trying to work through what we think.
Those rates are our wholesale water rates, and they would have been shown in our rate slides.
That's all right. My point was that somehow I was thinking through what they're buying, how much are they paying us today, and how much we can extrapolate what they're going to pay 7Cs tomorrow if they move to the D side. I just think that's an interesting conversation because they have other customers, the smaller communities around them that are going to be paying that new rate. And I wonder if they know what the difference is in the new rate and the current rate, right?
And I can't answer that question.
I know, that was rhetorical. I feel very proud that I actually got that out. The last thing I have to ask is, so why May 26th I'm finishing the Western well? Somehow I thought we were going to get that done a lot sooner. Is that just wrong?
So that was the estimate that we put together as a team. When you look at a project like this, permanent power is a big factor. So working with our partners at NEC, the Western well field will be powered by electric power. The Eastern well field was powered by natural gas.
Right.
It's powered by natural gas for a number of reasons. There was natural gas available. And then two, we worked with our great gas department, and they were able to extend the gas lines up to the well field.
Right. Yeah.
Gas is great, but a more sustainable option is electric power for water well pumps. And we've worked with NEC, so they've told us we'll have partial power by the end of the year.
Interesting.
So we'll have maybe 7 wells operational by then. I'll have to keep you updated.
Yeah.
But then the full build out, because they've got to upgrade transmission lines, is in May.
So the wells may be finished, but they may not be operational because we're waiting on power, which I didn't think about, but I assume that happens often.
Right. Now, the caveat to that is, depending upon the situation, and then if we have the conveyance line to the river completely installed, then you talk about temporary diesel generator power.
Because that's what we did. Didn't we do that on the eastern well fields while we waited for the gas to be connected?
The gas, we worked pretty seamlessly with CC Gas, and we got that delivered.
I know somebody over there that works nice?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, they're a great team.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, throughout the course of this, we've had the natural gas generators. We've had some issues with that, and we've brought in temporary diesel generators to keep the wells running.
Got it. My last question, I think, the bed and banks permit. Has that been, for the Western field, has that been filed? Walk me through that timeline.
Yeah, so it hasn't been filed, and the reason it hasn't been filed is because we know there's going to be a lot of questions from the governing entity, from TCEQ, right? We've got one bed and banks permit. We're talking about discharging a lot more water in the river. They're going to want to understand how the second permit and the discharge from the eastern well field, what that total impact is going to be. So it's not as simple.
Yeah.
So we've engaged Carollo engineers. They're doing some further analysis, and they're preparing technical information that we can do as a support to that application.
It does beg the question, what happens if we drill all these wells and we don't get a permit? You going to sell water to me at a discount? I mean, really, seriously, right? We're drilling the wells, and we assume that they understand our position. And by the way, these are intermittent wells, right?
That's correct. So let's just back up a little bit. So our well projects, we will operate them on an intermittent basis. It's designed to be utilized during times of significant drought. Now, the city did this in the 80s and 90s, but once we came out of the drought in the 80s and 90s, those wells were on private property. We were paying lease agreements with the landowner. It was a financially prudent decision to not maintain the wells. That was the decision at the time. Now, because the wells are drilled on city-owned property, CCW will maintain and operate that asset as a permanent asset. Doesn't mean we would run them every day, especially when we're not in a period of drought.
And the TDSs are much better, is that a right way to say it? They're better in the western than they are in the eastern?
Sure, the eastern well field, the average is about 3,500 TDS. In the western well field, the wells we've tested to date have been between 1,650 and 1,700.
Wow. Is the general assumption that the further up the river you go, the less TDS it is? Or further away from the coast? Generally,
both of that to be correct. We do know, approximately 10 years ago, Interra did some work for the city, and that work that they did showed that the western well field was a pretty decent location for staying within Nueces County.
All right, so 33-ish, 35-ish on the eastern, I already forgot, so I'm asking again.
No,
And
so
the western, it's 1,600-ish?
Oh, yeah. So the western well field, 1,600 to 1,700. We've seen them come in 1,650, 1,680. And the eastern, we're at 3,300.
Got it. Okay.
Pretty solid 3,300.
Thanks for the update.
Councilwoman.
What is going on with South Texas Water? We didn't have much of an update on that. When's the last time y'all talked to them?
We talked with them, that was about a week and a half ago. We met with them, and like I said, that was regarding their contract extension with us. They have stated they needed to get us some additional information as part of that. That was provided towards the end of last week, so the goal is to meet with them once again this week.
So are they having problems finding land? I mean, do we know what the problem is? Because we've not heard anything. It's just kind of odd.
I can't comment if there is a problem, if there isn't a problem. What I can comment is they've asked us to focus on their contract with us, and
So they're wanting it extended then?
well, they want to renew the contract, right? And we're working with them to make sure we get it renewed, right? So that they have water. The current contract expires December 31st.
Okay. And one other comment. You can all laugh if you want to, but it is very clear that we do not get very much water in our watershed, Choke Canyon or the lake, and we haven't for a decade. So do we think maybe we need to look for another area to put a watershed? I'm serious as I can be, because it clearly rains up around Falfurrias and Victoria up in that area. I mean, we have to think for the future. I just think it's something we should look at, because we're not getting it there.
No, it's I can honestly say the call with the National Weather Service every week is the most depressing call I'm on all week long. Yeah.
That was just a terrible place to put it. So I'm serious when I say this. I hope we do look at it.
You know, I think that the design of that system
Give
is...
me an eye here. Come on, somebody say, yes, you're right.
I'm with her.
Thank you.
Yes.
The design of that system is based on a tropical event every so often, every X number of years to replenish the system, and we just haven't had that.
Okay. No, we have not. Thank you.
Nick, I just wanted to ask, in your weekly memos on the updates of all of our projects, I've had a lot of people ask me, and I think it's a good idea, though, to maybe include a section that is a supply and demand outlook, so that we can see on a weekly basis what the supply and demand looks like. And I really think that it's just providing a clear picture and transparency on how we're managing that.
I completely agree with you, and I know we are, I've been working with the city manager, and we're working with Carollo engineers to provide a better outlook of these new supplies and when they actually come online. and we want to do a specific briefing to council for that. But I do agree it'd be good to have that in the weekly memo so that we can update it on a
Right.
weekly basis.
Because people also want to, and there's also the deficit, right? People want to know, what is the deficit? We went from, 50, now it's 60, and I get it, I'd rather be more conservative. But if it's 60, then the plan, right? What is essentially the plan of addressing that deficit, right? In the time frame that we have, which is a year.
Yes,
Okay.
I completely agree. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mhm. We'll add that.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nick, for a very robust presentation. I appreciate all this information. It's very helpful. I wanted to kind of circle back with these estimates on that well field, taking into consideration the efforts that we have. If we're saying we're anticipating May for all of those to be drilled, when are we looking at best estimate to be harvesting that water that we're anticipating? And that may be a difficult, but just like your best estimate.
Right, so what I can tell you right now is because of the delivery of permanent power, I'm hoping to have 7 wells online by the end of the calendar year, right? So
That's at that, I'm sorry, western side, right?
that's on the western side, and then the goal is fully complete and operational May of 2026.
Okay.
And again, as we continue to work with NEC, that timeframe may change. We have monthly meetings with them so they can update us on transformer delivery. They've been a really good partner. And then what CCW's goal is, and then of course Weisinger is our drilling contractor. We are working together to ensure that the other pieces of that puzzle are in and ready to go by the time power arrives.
Awesome. And then I know that there's been some discussion, if we go back a little while in this project, that if we were to take the full capacity out for a short term, that's, actually quite a lot of water. Whereas if we are looking at this being sustained for a few years, that's where we're looking at, I think, 17 million gallons. Is it still within our capacity to reach that higher level or higher amount of water while we're getting these other things online in the very near future, like Evangeline and things, where we could take that extra 10 million?
Yeah, my opinion today, and I do want to, so my degree is in geological engineering, focusing on groundwater, but I am not a hydrogeologist, but so there's a difference there. But we do have Steve Young as our hydrogeologist, and he will be presenting next week to council. My opinion is well, Steve Young has said 17 MGD long-term sustainable pumping. With the results we've seen from the wells we've tested already, I think that short-term number is around 24 MGD from the west, and then you have 10 to 11 from the east.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're saying 8 months, and we'll have 7 of the wells by summer of next year. So add another 5 months to that. We'll have that full capacity, whatever that ends up to be, and we'll know more about that next week. On Evangeline, I know that's an action item next week. If everything goes as we hope in the ideal, and I know there's always going to be little challenges, and the team has been doing a phenomenal job representing us and mitigating those. But if everything goes as planned and no major snags, when do you think we would anticipate getting at least maybe that first portion? I know we're looking at 12, 24, but maybe 12.
I can say the target is November of 2026 for a partial delivery from Evangeline. So there's a lot of factors there. Again, we talked about power, we talked about infrastructure. Permits are a big part of this contract, so that's critical as well.
Okay, thank you. And then for me, something that I've been talking about for a long time, to just kind of incorporate all of these pieces and being sensitive to timing. Now that we have some pretty good, I would call these really good estimates on delivery times, how do we look for our efforts to maybe adding a second tier in our DCP as far as saying, okay, now we're drawing our predominant water supply from here, our secondary, our third. So in actuality, our supply versus demand, we're at 86% or we're at 90%. And we're taking a very small portion from that original reliance on the Lake Corpus Christi supply. And I don't know if we can fully change that, but maybe if we add another tier that gives us a little bit more authority or maneuvering about drawing those stages, looking at our realistic supplies. Where are we at on that whole?
So remember, level 1 water emergency, which is the step after stage 3, that's when we are 180 days from our supply meeting our demand. As we bring on more water, more supplies, essentially that will push that date out, right? Because we're bringing on more water to make up from the western, the zero in the west, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that. What I'm being cognizant of is foresight or getting ahead of the curve, because right now the only thing that's out there, because we're all in this sphere very busy just working, making these decisions. You guys are doing the operations to make this actually work, but what's being amplified is we're on the verge of curtailment now. The city isn't releasing what is curtailment going to look like for you tomorrow. Those types of things, when we are actively pushing that clock, stopping the clock, if you will. Not stopping, but, delaying the clock. And this, to me, is an important piece of being able to calculate that and having some wiggle room to do something about it.
It absolutely is, Councilwoman. And I mentioned previously, but we do have Carollo looking at the impact of these new water supplies. But, in our, just to tamper some of it a little bit, there's a lot of, and in my presentation, I call it considerations for the project. There's a lot that has to go into that. And you brought that up. We're actively looking to mitigate those things so that we can move forward and bring it on. So we want to do our best to provide the best data, both to the council and the community and all of our customers. And it's, as we know, we're going to have to continue to keep it updated. It sort of goes back to the mayor's point of having sort of a better outlook in those weekly memos, I think.
I think that, these updates are very helpful, and this is good information. And from what I see is we're continuing to track along this narrative, and I don't see us really taking big steps backwards, if any at all. We're just continue to do better. So perhaps this is something that we can make some kind of a good release. I know we talk about it weekly in here, and we hear it every week, but I don't think that's the same narrative being shared. And I think that perhaps it's very dense. It's hard for people to really put into a linear progression line, whereas we've done that well here. So maybe we can speak to that.
Yeah, next week, Nick's going to speak to it with some graphs as well that can make it easier to dispel this notion that we're going to run out of water. It's easy to say that we're going to run out of water. But next week, with the updated dashboard using 2025's water usage line instead of the 2024 one, we may be able to push back this date of November 2026 until actually early 2027. So that'll be one thing we can show. And then we have to have the conversation that you and I have had, that is that if, say, it does rain and we do get some water in the western reservoirs and we bring on these top 3 projects, bring in about 60 million gallons of water, can we reevaluate the drought contingency plan to relax some of the water restrictions? Because most of our water is not coming from the west anymore. It's coming from all these other sources. And if it seems abundant enough, there's a chance we could revisit that drought contingency plan to relax some of the restrictions.
Precisely.
Yeah, so we just have to change the narrative a little bit. We're not in trouble. The headlines continue to say that. Yes, we long-term can forecast supply and demand, but as we bring these projects on, the wells alone, the Nueces wells, I saw it yesterday, when you add in 28 million gallons, it makes a tremendous difference on that date when we look at supply and demand. So next week, we'll begin that conversation, and then probably one more meeting before we perfect the graphs that the community can get a better handle on this.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Mhm.
And I know we talked way back, but is it still something that we can do to add? If you're looking at the dashboard and the number that's shared often is lake levels have reached 12. Well, did you know we're also pretty robustly supplied in the eastern?
Right.
Mary Rhodes is coming from a very strong, not to negate the 12, but to show the full story.
Right, exactly.
Maybe we can include that?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
On your bed banks permit on the wells, you have it said sustainable pumping for approximately 17 million gallons a day. We don't have a permit for that, right?
That's correct. That number is from the hydrogeologist.
Okay.
And it's looking at the actual data from the wells, the aquifer data.
What does that equate to on a per acre basis?
I haven't figured that out.
Can you do it similar to how the groundwater conservation district in San Patricio has it? How does that convert over to acre foot per acre of land, or however that we want apples to apples across. Because I'm assuming that we're going to eventually get a NOIS's groundwater control or groundwater conservation district. And so if we want to be within the rules of something like that, what would you model it after? What San Patricio's doing? Does the difference in our MAG versus the one in San Patricio make a difference?
Yeah, so you hit it on the head. The MAG needs to be redefined to account for brackish groundwater, and then those numbers would be determined by the MAG.
Okay, Steve, you going to be able to tell us that next week?
I don't want to speak for Steve, but I think he would absolutely agree that the MAG in Nueces County needs to be redefined.
Okay, and who officially states what that MAG is?
Yeah, it's the Texas Water Development Board.
Texas Water Development Board, or it's not TCEQ, it's Texas Water Development Board. So it'd be the, what do you call them, the Water Master?
No.
Okay, so the board actually has to approve it.
The Water Master is TCEQ.
That's right. Okay, so who's going to apply for that?
So we've already petitioned to increase, to account for, that the MAG will account for the production in our wells.
Okay, so
Right.
You're talking different levels and different depths of water, right? Where you get that water from. So you're going to have different MAGs for each one of those, or is it combined for the entire thing, or?
I'm not sure how they'll look at it. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot of unanswered questions with regards to the wells that are in Nueces County.
There's a lot of answers, but there's a lot of work to do when you talk about a MAG for an entire county, right? It's not a simple thing to do. So you've got to have your data, you've got to support it.
So who commissions that? I mean, to do a study for the entire county?
So what we've engaged with Intera, our hydrogeologist, to report the data from our wells and make a request, but then the county, I'm going to rely on Esteban. How does, from a regulatory standpoint?
From Esteban Ramos, Water Resource Manager. For a regulatory question, we have talked with our hydrogeologist, Steve Young and Tara, to discuss this matter with the GMA, it gets kind of complicated. There's different groups. There is a groundwater, GMA 16, groundwater management area. And that group then requests changes to the MAG, and that MAG is changed at TWDB, if that makes sense. So
yeah, I'm just saying, how do you get from point A to point B?
By starting at the beginning where we talk with the hydrologist, he then works with the GMA.
Okay, but he's only doing our area of what we're looking at, not for is he doing the whole county?
He's doing the whole county. He's doing the analysis for the model available groundwater that we're drilling into.
Okay. All right, so I guess we'll have to hold off until next week until he can answer some questions directly for,
And he may not have at that moment in time, because again, TWDB.
maybe you can prep them so know what kind of questions we're going to ask. Okay, the second part of this is on the wastewater reuse. I noticed that you only have the information about what the work Garver's doing. I thought we moved, we're probably not going to do, direct reuse and look at more of industrial use as opposed to direct or indirect reuse.
Right, so there's multiple projects going on. We've got the initial Garver work. They owe us a tech memo on that, and they were initiated to do that, and we'll have that tech memo. This morning I was told probably later this week. And then there's discussions with Ardura, and that's related to a conveyance line.
Okay.
More than likely, that'll be from conveyance line leading from OSO, the OSO.
Also going towards Greenwood?
Correct.
Okay, so, I mean, speed is of the essence here, right? So, obviously, using it for industrial purposes, wastewater reuse for industrial purposes doesn't need to go through all the hoops through TCEQ that you would need to for direct or indirect wastewater reuse, right?
Yes, we completely agree, and that's why we're talking specifically to entities that will use the water directly.
Okay, so I think, and Peter, that should be the priority, right? That
is, Councilman. Yeah, that's the top priority.
If we can avoid some of the TCEQ hoops that always take time,
right,
and go to industrial reuse, we can make those deals relatively quickly and take that potable water that they use off the board and save us water.
Absolutely. It's about 15 million gallons is the estimate that would become fresh.
Okay, so I know Garver's doing work, but I think their focus is on direct and indirect reuse, right?
Right, so I don't want to discount the work that CCW is doing, talking to specific entities, and then the work we're doing along with Ardura, focus on that.
We should be scaling back the work that we're doing with Garver.
Yeah.
We're not going to do potable reuse, so direct use.
And then
we're talking with two companies here in town.
Right, and then I don't know if this, if we'll sell all of that, but at some point maybe reopen ASR because, the airport's not that far from Greenwood.
Correct, that would be the next step. So if we built a reservoir, in-ground reservoir, maybe in Greenwood, that would be beneficial. When you have enough water, you would then pump it into the ASR well field, potentially at the Corpus Christi Airport.
Okay, so maybe, have some more reference to that as, in the next report.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And a couple of things just to share information. So the STWA TDS was 1,800, and then the STWA is paying the raw water rate, and then also, so their average raw water and treated is $3.13 average. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Councilman Roy.
Thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple things I wanted to ask. Number one, I noticed that that the council, as you know, as far as the Inner Harbor goes, they voted not to continue the contract with Kiewit. And I think we got an actual notification from Peter that took place.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. But, however, the last thing that I recall, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we were going to possibly look at Acciona. And can you tell me from our last council meeting what has been done to reach out to them and see where we're at, if anything? Can you, because I noticed it wasn't on the water supply projects update.
Right, so we did have that workshop. Our takeaways from that was to terminate the contract with Kiewit. Before that workshop, we did talk to Acciona. They had said that they were interested in it, and that's where we're at today.
And during the workshop, we actually had several comments that council members talked about what are the alternatives, right? During that workshop.
We went through a number of alternatives, absolutely, and council talked about them.
Including which was Acciona and the possibility of, there was even, I think they were here, And part of the conversation was, and I don't know if was this afterwards, but somebody said that there's a possibility that they thought they could come in a little bit less. The bottom line is, I think the public, because I've still had a lot of people ask me about this, is council, I mean, not council, but is city staff ruling the Inner Harbor dead? Are you still working on it?
I'm going to jump in here.
Sure.
And Peter, you probably should have jumped in. So we have had conversations, you and I, because desalination is still on the table. And the reason it is because of what you just said. And Peter just told me the day before, because not only one person on this dais gets to make that decision. You could vote it no. You can nod your head and vote it no, and that's okay. But the reason I say this is because we spoke, Councilman Hernandez asked for staff to send a letter, again, to ask for monies to see if we can move them over, again. And we'll go through those motions, that's fine.
Yeah.
But Peter, it is a little bit disingenuous that y'all have taken desal off. If desal's gonna die, then let 5 people kill it, if that's what the case is, or more. But multiple people said to you and to staff, we'd like to consider this option, or we'd like this option, or there were multiple people.
Look,
And so I'm sorry to take your time, I'm sorry, but it just infuriates me a little bit that we're not listening to what was said in council, to your point, Councilman Roy. So yes, it is coming back. And back to the conversation, you said that letter's going out to the state, and after that letter comes back to the state, then we can do it, because we need their answer to that question, which again is going to probably come back as what it has multiple times, and then we're going to put desal back on the agenda in November.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, Councilman Roy. So
well, can I, go ahead.
I just want to, because it's important, and yours is too, but I summarized from the workshop that we were going to terminate the Kiewit contract.
Right.
And from my listening and taking notes, there was no clear consensus to bring back a vote immediately. The council didn't object to sending a letter to TCEQ, Texas Water Development Board, to see can we repurpose the monies for Evangeline or the groundwater project. And so that's what we're doing. Until we hear back from them, I wouldn't recommend bringing a vote back on other projects, because the money could, if they say yes, then we would use the money for Evangeline.
Yeah, so my point in asking the question, I know I had the mayor interject, but my question is, I've had people ask me, what did we officially do as a council in terms of where we're at with the Inner Harbor?
Right.
And so I just wanted to make sure that there's some type of clarification there, because if we're going to proceed,
right.
I think, with looking at Acciona or looking at whatever the alternative is, then that's one thing. If we're not proceeding, I think that the people deserve to know that, because like I said, I still get a lot of people that ask me that on a daily basis. The other thing that we've talked about, and we're not talking about here with the water supply project update, is Barney Davis. And so I've been talking a lot about Barney Davis and seeing what it is we can do with Barney Davis. Right. And it's not on here either. So I just want to make sure that when we do these updates, and I had an actual organization ask me this, and I briefed them yesterday, because he was saying, okay, well, where are we at with this project? And went down through the list. I just think from a communication standpoint, we need to let the people know. And so the other thing was Barney Davis. So if we're still working on Barney Davis, that's a possibility. If we can include that in future presentations, that would be great.
Yeah,
we are or not continuing with the Inner Harbor, or whatever the sentiments are on that, I think we just need to let people know if it's coming back to the council and somebody's going to put it on the agenda, then I guess we need to know that too. That's all I'm trying to do, is keep the communication and keep people out there. I don't want to mislead them to think that we're working on something and then we don't communicate that. And six weeks, 2 months go by and we haven't done anything. So
it could be about 2 months before we get the answer from the Water Development Board. So if we put the letter in yesterday.
So I think that just in our briefing, even if we just had something there that basically said that when it came to the Inner Harbor, we sent that letter out, the last council function was, and it could be 6 weeks before we hear back.
6
and
to 8
at that point
weeks.
in time,
Okay, we'll put that in. So unless council, and I know the mayor's talked to me about let's bring it back on November 1, but other councilmen have said, no, don't bring it back. So I'm a little conflicted. I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean,
Mayor can
Peter,
bring it
the
back.
decision has to be made here, and you shouldn't be conflicted.
But I think, I'm going to interrupt you for a moment, Mayor, because I think the other thing is that we need to bring it back when we have the appropriate amount of information.
Okay, well, that's the direction I'm working under, but some folks want me to bring it back November 1.
Thank you.
So I don't want to put it on if more than half the council doesn't want it on. And so I do need direction.
I just think, again, I've had a lot of constituents ask me questions about it, and they deserve to have some kind of answer.
Okay.
And
I think the answer right now,
at some point in time, it needs to be either laid to rest, or we need to tell them what our path forward is.
And the path forward is the letter was sent to Texas Water Development Board on can we repurpose the SWIFT loan for 2 other projects, or one or two. And until we hear back, I would wait to take any action on it. So I would say 60 days at a minimum. Then the council, hopefully by then we'll get the Water Development Board answer on repurposing. And if it's a yes, then we repurpose. If it's a no, we can bring back the options.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest thing is just to make sure we communicate with the people.
Yeah, that's part of it right now. Hopefully people are listening, and then we'll put it in our memos, and we'll have Nick start updating it in this thing.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I thought that our main purpose here was to bring water, the quickest project here. I mean, we've been, desalination is, yes, on the table, because I see it here from different entities, but that's not our number one project that will get us the fastest water. So I don't agree with what some of the mayor is stating about bringing it back, for one. Okay, the other is, as far as other projects are concerned, I've also, and I have communicated with you, Peter, about even the floating panels. Whatever little water we do have, what are we doing about that? That has been brought up, and we have not had an update, and it's not on here either. So let me just go on down my list.
I would like to comment on that, though. I mean, yes, Councilwoman, you brought that out. I've directed staff to reach out to the various entities, Texas Parks Department, right, the General Land Office. We've got to deal with potentially the Army Corps of Engineers. We're waiting to hear back from the Texas Parks Department. We've got a number of phone calls into them. The General Land Office has said that it's that they wouldn't have a say. It wouldn't be part of their jurisdiction, so that's interesting. I'm waiting to compile some data to share with you.
Okay, good.
Just because it's not in the memo or not in this doesn't mean we're not working on it.
Okay, good.
Our staff is committed and diligently working on all of these projects, managing both the water and wastewater system and trying to do it all for the community that they live in. So just because it's in here doesn't mean we're not working on it.
Well, and I appreciate that. But I also want to be clear to the community that, I think that's what got us into trouble, is that we got stuck on desalination on this one particular project instead of trying to figure out ways to get water faster to us. So I think, we need to just redirect ourselves, make sure that we are focused on getting us, the fastest water possible, the safest. And also I've been asking about, what is our ultimate goal? Like you said, Mayor, with supply and demand. I'm looking right now at the graph, and, we're using 108, let's say 109 MGD. As of, I don't know what the latest that I see here on your raw water usage. So, I think I'm glad that we're coming back hopefully next week, and we're going to adjust what I think, now worldwide and, just area, with the recent, Wall Street Journal issue, that came out, the whole focus on that whole reporting was on industry's use, not on residential. Although whatever we're doing right now does encompass both, all customers. We're taking care of our commercial, we're taking care of our industrial, and of course, we're taking care of our residential. But it doesn't seem to come across. So I'm glad that we're discussing that. I'm glad that we've got some projects that look very, positive. I really am hopeful, and I feel like I think we're getting, a better understanding. I hope that you as now, the interim water director, and I hope that we communicate this well to our city manager, that our number one issue here is to bring water, right? And to get it here as fast as possible. But we also need to make sure that we know not to overextend, not to overbuy, not to because we need to take care of who our customers are now. So I think, like I said last week, we're looking at maybe 130 MGD, and if we complete with these just 3 projects that we're looking at, we're going to exceed that. So again, I just want to reassure our public that we are taking care of them, and that includes all of us, all the customers here. So again, I hope that we can come back and look at, like our Councilwoman Vaughn said, not looking at the reservoirs now. We need to look at somewhere else that we can, get our water and save it, because wherever we're at, it's gonna evaporate unless we have a way to conserve it. I mean, we're gonna have to look at water as if it's not, we just can't get it out of the air, although I hear we can now. But anyway, again, thank you, Nick, for doing a good job, really, and for taking on this tremendous job. I applaud you, and I thank, the water department for everything that y'all are doing. So that's all.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a term from my previous industry days, 86. It's been taken off the menu. I think some of us sitting here need to realize that that project ostensibly has been taken off the menu. And yes, I appreciate that you recognize that I have freedom to nod and disagree, because I do.
Yes.
Peter Zanoni, as the city manager, is charged with taking action based on the majority leadership of this body. That's 5+. And I was at that meeting just like anyone else was here. And if you play the tapes back, which maybe need to happen, the majority did not say to move forward with options 1, 2, 3, or 4. It landed on option 5, which was, we're done with this. And that's where we saw that letter come back. And I'm frustrated right now, because what I don't like is when we continue to come back to something that we have moved past. We have done all of these actions, put all of this effort, put all of this time, energy, finances into preventing curtailment. And if that's not the palate of this council right now, it needs to just be let alone. Let alone. There's a difference between multiple and majority. You may have had 3, you may have had 4. Go back and count it. That said, maybe we'll consider Acciona or whatever it's called. But they did not say that is what we want to do. They did say, Mr. Zanoni, go ahead and cancel that contract. And that is what he did. That is in his role as city manager. And he needs to be allowed to be city manager. So I appreciate you saying that, and I do think you read the room correctly. And in fact, probably because this is such a heightened sensitivity item, you took all but a little bit of a poll at the end and said, what do we want to do? And that's where that came from. So I appreciate that. I think we need to be cognizant, Mayor, you particularly, because you are the mayor, you need to be cognizant of how we're going to lead the people forward and make sure that we are leading them with confidence and not taking them backwards into things that are going to bring back up confusion, uncertainty, and those types of things. And I apologize, but I'm getting all the phone calls and text messages and emails, and I'm seeing the people are very confused and upset because they don't know. They're waiting for us to take decisive, positive, effective action, and I think that's what we're trying to do. And I do not want us to pull anyone backwards. So yes, we're all entitled to our opinions, and I've just said mine. And I do think that the city manager followed the majority. And another note is the media keeps saying that because we said no to this one project, which wasn't slated to even bring us water till 28, that's why we're now facing curtailment, and that's not reality. It needs to be stated. Saying no to Inner Harbor is not what is causing the concern for curtailment. It's inaccurate public statements. All of our actions to get us increased water between now and 180 days, which are the wells, Evangeline, all of these projects, that's what's preventing curtailment. Yes or no to Inner Harbor was not that delta. And we need to step forward publicly and say that so that the public knows that we're taking action. Everybody up here cares about this community, and we need all of us to step forward together and say, we are going to not let you run out of water. Tell that to Wall Street Journal, tell that to Dallas, tell that to whoever. We're not going to let us run out of water. Thank you.
Well, okay, I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to go ahead and respond to the unneeded comments. Councilman Roy.
So I don't know if you were referring to my comments, and here's my thing. And Rebecca, can you go back? Can you actually go back? I think you have the ability to go back and pull what we voted on. And that actual, what we voted on that day. Because what we voted on that day was, if I understand it, and the people that have asked me, because I don't have when I say I don't have a dog in this fight, I just want to make sure that we clarify this for the people that have asked me, what are we doing? What's the future? Have we taken this completely off the board? Or are we considering something else? But if you go back and you look at what we voted on canceling the contract with Kiewit. We did not vote on killing the Inner Harbor.
That's exactly right.
And so that's my only clarification. I'm not saying I'm for it, against it, or whatnot, but I am going back to what we voted on. And if we have to bring it back as a council and be more specific, I think we should. Because at the same time, we're sitting there and we're talking about information as far as, well, the sentiments of this particular group of council members or that, we either voted up or we voted down. And that's the only thing I'm asking. I don't want it to be confusing because I've had people, and if I find myself stammering, trying to understand, well, actually, this is what we did, but we didn't do this. Am I correct, Peter? Can you comment? Can somebody go back and recall what we voted?
Yeah, I can comment, Councilman. So one, there were no votes because it was a workshop. And so I listened carefully because
we didn't vote during the work. We don't vote during a workshop.
There was no vote during the workshop. So the 9 members expressed opinions, and I asked that in the beginning to say we need to hear from you so we know how to progress forward.
Peter, my question is, before we talk about the workshop, go back to the vote. What did we vote on?
Well, the prior vote with the Kiewit contract was to amend it to add more money to keep it going, yes or no. That was a no vote, 6-3.
Right.
Yeah, no to fund it.
But it wasn't to kill the Inner Harbor project.
No, it wasn't. It was just on Kiewit's contract.
That's my only point. I'm not trying to bring up anything. That was my only point, is I think we need to go back and clarify that. If we're going to kill the Inner Harbor, we need to make that vote and decision. If we're going to keep forward and look at other options, then we need to do that.
Right.
But it's just that, like I said, I've got people asking me, and all I want to do is clarify it. And I think I have that. That's all.
Yeah, so what we're working on right now is getting the answer over the next 2 months or so from the Water Development Board.
And I agree.
Repurpose, and then we'll go from there as far as an up or down vote goes on, do we do anything else?
But don't kill the messenger. That's all I'm saying. Is
We're not. I'm trying to get it clear so the messenger keeps walking, you know?
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And so to your comments, it's very sad that you think that Peter is supposed to guess on what he's supposed to do and take silent calls on who thinks what. You don't know what conversations he may have had with other council members. And so at the end of the day, let's just get away from that, because that puts you in a difficult position. And at the end of the day, it's exactly like the councilman just said. No one has ever said, we're done with desal. You have the opportunity. It's coming back. I will put it back on the agenda. I don't need 5 people or 4 people or 3 people. I get enough people of the public who feel completely opposite of what maybe the majority of this council feels. And that's just how it is. You've got people for it, you've got people against it. Right now we have funding for it. So we need to decide whether that letter went out or not. This council must decide, are we sending that money back or not? And I guarantee you, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm going to find out in the next week that the governor's office is waiting to see what we're going to do. It's been real quiet. I promise you, they are waiting. And so we need to decide. That decision has not been made. It has not been made.
Since you're speaking directly to me,
It's not been, I'm not speaking directly to you. It's not been made. And so what the decision that was made was to terminate Kiewit, and that's what happened. But the conversation that was just had was considering different options. If the majority of this council wants to completely kill desal and move on, so be it. I completely respect the process, but that has not been done. And that's all I'm saying. And we've had this conversation. And it is, about desalination is not right. It's not for the immediate need. It is not. I don't know anybody that's saying that. I don't think anybody on this council is saying that. This council's not. And so we're saying immediate need is how do we close a gap, a deficit of 60 million gallons a day before November of 26? And we're working on that every single day. And personally, I think it's a little bit more because we have some risks with some of these projects that we are told of those risks over week after week sometimes. And we continue to keep those numbers in our perfect little plan. And if those numbers don't work out for whatever one of those risks that takes us off of our timeline, we are in trouble. So I personally think, we even need more than that. But that's a whole different story. I just wanted to make that clear and actually just echo what Councilmember Roy just said.
Mayor, do you need the motion, or are you clear? Because it was on an amendment. That was the language. So on September the 2nd, it said motion on amendment number 5 to the design build contract with Kiewit Infrastructure South Co. of Westlake, Texas, for design development to a 60% design for the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus project on a cost reimbursable basis. So it just gave the amounts. And then the vote on that, it wasn't amended. It was just that actual item, and the vote was 6-3. I couldn't find it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm not used to looking at it on here. What now? There it is. So there was a motion and a second, and the motion failed. And it was 6-3. Barrera, the mayor, and Scott voted aye, and then the rest of the council voted no.
Okay, that's what you're looking for.
Thank you for clarifying.
Councilman Scott.
Hey, sorry, didn't know it was going here. Hey, look, I never said that curtailment's not the priority. Now, I'm addressing this to you because I get the sense you are addressing all of us, including me. In fact, the day I was sworn in, I talked about today's water, tomorrow's water, and next week's water, and you have to work on all those. So I'm really comfortable that I've had a focus on avoiding curtailment. In fact, I've advocated more wells to some objection amongst people on the dais and in the community. So I'm comfortable that my focus has been partially on curtailment, but also hopefully we have an answer that we don't worry about curtailment, and I think that we talked about the term intermittent, right, on the well field. That's a word I'm going to use a lot. In fact, you should pay me because I don't usually use that word. So I'm comfortable, at least that Mark Scott is working hard to avoid curtailment. Again, if it were me, I'd try to hire another well driller and get this done faster, and I would look for other property along the river to see if we couldn't drill more wells faster to have an intermittent solution that avoids curtailment. I don't remember being part of a council poll, and I certainly lost that vote. The 6-3 vote. But Peter, I like your path. I think that's the answer. I think there's a different conversation to be had if the Texas Water Development goes, oh yeah, you can move that water. Oh, well then that's one answer. If they come back and go, okay, no, you can't move that water, then we either have to, I don't know what the word would be, we're just going to have to eat it, or we have a conversation about a different path on the Inner Harbor with the permits we have. So I get that. What's funny about all this is after our plethora of 3 council member signature memos, it could probably come back anyhow, even if we said we don't want it to come back. So I think that's open. But my point was, I think that's the right answer. I didn't hear it before, and I don't know that I like it, but I think that's the right answer. Okay, getting the answer back from Texas Water Development Board. And again, I've talked about today's water, tomorrow's water, next week's water, and it's kind of all of it. And you're addressing that. And I know that as of today, Inner Harbor's not part of that. I don't like that, but I think you're working to do today, tomorrow, and next week water projects, and I want to thank you for that.
Councilman Cantu.
I think this council made it very clear that we didn't want the project, Inner Harbor, because of the price tag. I think we voted it down some time ago, and we're still here talking about it. My opinion, I think we should bring it back to the council next week, and let's get it over and done with, and just vote it up or down next week. Let's get it out of the way, because this project is not going to save our asses. It's not. It's not going to save us. We need to find water today, tomorrow. I just don't understand it. What's the whole purpose of pushing the Inner Harbor project? It's too expensive. People can't afford it. And with due all respect, Roland, I don't want to argue with you. I really don't want to argue with you. But with due all respect, you said in the radio show today, I'm saying this and saying that about QIT, and they're denied it, and I'm talking out of my, you know what? No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, in a week or two, I will bring you the recordings, and you could hear it yourself. You could hear it yourself what they said. They clearly said elected officials, past elected officials, are making money off this deal. Plain and simple. That's what screwed up this project. It's hungry people, self-serving politicians, period. That is why this deal got screwed up. I want desal. We need it. That's another water source, great water source. But the location is not a good location. And only for 30 million gallons a day? We need more water than that to grow Corpus Christi. It just doesn't make sense. And I just don't understand why everybody wants this project so badly. It just smells ugly, man. Harbor Island, I think Harbor Island is going to happen. Harbor Island is going to happen with us or without us. I think the state's going to back it up. It's going to be a big project. The Port of Corpus Christi is behind it. I think it's going to be a great project. And why not pay a little bit of money for an insurance policy? Just to say, hey, they won't mess with our customers. Here's $1.5 million or whatever we give them from 30 million gallons of water. Yeah, we don't know the price yet. But let's pay a little insurance policy so they won't come after our customers. We don't even have contracts for our customers. We want to build a $1.2 billion plant for the Inner Harbor, but we have no contracts. They could get up and go somewhere else, and we're stuck with $1.2 billion plus. I mean, make that make sense. I don't understand it. And all these people on Facebook and in the news and always talking down on different projects we're trying to get projects that you, Mayor, and the past council did not get for years. All y'all cared about was the Inner Harbor project. That's all y'all cared about. And that's the truth. And you were against the Inner Harbor project at one time when it was cheap, $300 million or something like that. Now it's at $1.2 billion. And you want us to say yes to that? You said no to that back then, but you want to say yes to the $1.2 billion plus? Especially when the contractor says there might be some, people making money off this deal. It's sickening.
And yes, I was against it at one point 9 years ago until I did my due diligence. And it's okay. And Councilman, and nobody interrupts you. Stop, please. You know what? We're going to move on. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay. It's really hard for Mr. Sinoni to sit in that seat and listen to none of us. We all know that.
It's not fair. You're talking to me. It's not fair. Okay, would you stop?
It's real hard for Mr. Sinoni to sit in there and try and read our minds. So I can see how he would take that it was over with a 6-3 vote to get rid of Key Witt. And I think a lot of the public felt the same way when we voted down Key Witt. They're thinking we voted down the project. That's basically what we did that day for Key Witt to get rid of them. But I think that we do have the immediate need. Sylvia, you're right. And I think we are focusing on that right now. I know I've focused on it since I got on here in January. That's been my main thing. I've done hardly anything but that. And I think that's what the public wants us to see, because curtailment, like Kaylin said, it has nothing to do with the desal, never did. But here's the problem. You have people sitting up here on this council that go on radio shows and run their mouth and do nothing but pit each other against each other because you're criticizing every project we've got. You're telling things that aren't true. You're scaring the public. It is wrong. We're running out of water. We're running out of water. Eric lied. That's not true. I was sitting in the room. Eric told the truth. That was a true statement that Eric made. That was not a lie. And maybe you need to find that out before you call a person a liar. But it seems like there's been a reunion of naysayers on the radios, and all they want to do is just criticize everything. This city cannot move forward unless we have leaders that are going to work together. I'm willing to do that. I think we need to quit pointing fingers, and we need to start working together for the good of this city. And industry is at fault as well, because they criticize stuff. They're mad. They're like a bunch of titty babies because they didn't get their desal plant. And it has to stop. You're still getting water. We're not looking at curtailment right now. We've looked at lots of sources of water, and you need to come together and quit complaining. I think you've just been spoiled. So I'm sorry, but I'm just tired of it because we're destroying our city. If we don't get it together, our city's not going to make it. And this Wall Street Journal thing, I was asked for several interviews. I was asked for an interview to go on TV on South Texas politics, just like Mark. I refused to do it. I didn't want our city. I didn't want to be in the limelight and put our city in the limelight all over the nation, the state of Texas. Why would we do that? We're harming ourselves when we do it. We're not helping it. And all these interviews that you do with the Wall Street Journal and different papers, stop it. We don't need that. We're just focusing on us, and we shouldn't be doing that. We should be focused on moving the city forward, getting us water, and bringing us back together. This needs to stop. Thanks.
Councilman Hernandez.
Mayor, I apologize to you, Mayor. I'm just frustrated, okay?
Okay, I wanted to circle this back to groundwater. Now, I said I want to be clear because I used a few acronyms like we used GMA, MAG, and I don't know if everybody understands what that is, right? So, I mean, we are in GMA 16 or Groundwater Management Area 16. A MAG is. I just think we need to make sure that we understand what these acronyms mean, like our Corpus Christi, ASR, Conservation District, Aquifer Storage Recovery. There's certain acronyms that we're we're using that maybe we understand what they are, but not everybody does. So let's make sure that we, when we come with Steve Young, that we do a little bit of pre-work before he speaks, so we can understand some of this.
Yeah, we're meeting with him Friday, Councilman.
Right, okay,
Yeah.
well, I mean, I went and looked at it, and so I just want to make sure that we're all in this, we're speaking the same language.
Okay.
And that we understand, the terminology, because, I mean, how many people understand what an acre-foot of water is?
No, right.
Right? So apples to apples, oranges to oranges, so we're all speaking the same language and we all understand what we're saying. With regards to, everything that's happened, I ask that you focus on the water that you can get us the quickest.
Yep.
The Evangeline and the wastewater reuse for industrial purposes. If we can focus on those, we can avoid curtailment, and we can focus on the longer-term issues, whether it be some form of desal, Harbor Island, Barney Davis, whatever that may be, we can work on those, but we need to make sure that we don't go into curtailment, because I don't want to affect industry and I don't want to affect people, and I want to get people to water their lawns again, right? And so let's focus on the low-hanging fruit. I understand that there's some, things that we fight about, and that's okay. I'm on the radio too. But I want to make sure that we're all going in the same direction to avoid curtailment. And that's what I'm asking you to focus on, the low-hanging fruit, to get us that water so we can, because then we can fight on what's for the future for another day, but we need to work together to avoid curtailment. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilman, thank you. And I think I have to commend, though, because they have been doing that. And they have been very innovative. You and your staff and Drew, Pryor, Peter, everybody everyone's laser focused. And this council is too. But, you got to keep your eye on the ball moving forward, because moving forward is going to be here before we know it. I mean, just as it is today. So anyway, thank you for your comments. Councilwoman Campos, and then we're going to go ahead and adjourn, and then we'll have 30 minutes before public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so back to the basics. That's what I wanted, and thank you. Back to groundwater, but even before groundwater, can we go back to conservation? When are we going to discuss or update a conservation plan? Because that is a low-hanging fruit, and we can address a lot of things and save water for everyone. So when are we going to have that discussion?
Sure, Councilwoman. So I've worked with staff to focus on updating the conservation plan. We are working on that, and I'm going to what are we thinking, Esteban, for a draft, probably in the next month? Yeah. So
Okay.
we've done a lot of work so far, and again, I guess I want to reiterate, just because it's not in this presentation doesn't mean we're not working on it.
Okay,
So-
because, I get emails and suggestions all the time of what we can do to conserve, not just residents, but industry and commercial. So I'm excited, and I want the people to participate in the discussion and to make sure that we incorporate some of those ideas. So again, we're thinking when? November?
So we're hoping to have an updated draft to review in approximately a month. So, and I'll keep everybody updated on that.
Conservation plan, Nick?
The conservation.
The updated
Councilwoman, we do want to get robust community engagement.
That's what I'm hoping
from
for.
across
That's
the
what I'm.
city. So it'd probably be two months before it's completed, but.
No, correct. We'd like to have an initial draft, and then we would set up engagement,
I would do it,
No, I would do the opposite. I would do
Okay.
the opposite,
Yeah, we gotta
Nick.
get
I would
engagement
get
first.
suggestions
Yeah.
from the public, try to incorporate those into your plan, and then
Yeah.
bring it back to
That's what
council.
we're going to do.
Okay.
We'll map that out.
Yeah. We still have to talk, we're focused, like Hernandez said, on getting water right now. And
Right,
but
right.
We are freeing up time these next 2 months 2 to 3 months to get organized to redo. We do have a conservation plan. It's on our website.
Right, but
And
if
we
we
do need to
can,
encourage the community to revisit it and look at it. And we're going to be getting some media releases out and some social media to remind people, it's there today. But getting the community re-engaged and giving us new ideas, that's what's going to happen in these coming months.
okay,
Yes, Councilwoman?
all right.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm gonna back that up, because the last thing, and I know y'all are pulled in 1,000 directions, but we've been talking about this conservation plan for years. years. And I know. And so I'm going to suggest, Peter, if we can't, because we don't have the capacity, because we are in a situation where we're looking for water now, we're looking for water in the next, for 5 years plus, then bring someone on contractually to work on this conservation plan, because that conservation plan is going to be a part of the next 12 months. It really is. It really is. I know Esteban knows that, and I know y'all are pulled in 1,000 directions, but Sylvia, it's a low-hanging fruit. It is community engagement in helping for us not going into curtailment, and it's going to be needed. Like, it is going to be needed. It really is. When you do the math, it's going to be needed. So I would say, I don't know, bring someone on to say, hey, we don't have the capacity, work on the conservation plan, or I don't know how you can do it, but
Yeah,
we've gotta
Mayor,
get
so
it done.
we have staff had brought someone on ahead of me becoming interim. So we brought an independent person on. So now, as the city manager said, we're ready for that input, the input from the community. So it's important, and we want to move forward.
But we just want to see something, a real plan that can actually make an impact. Did you have one last thing, Sylvia?
No, I think I'm okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you for acknowledging, and thank you, Peter, that we do need input first from the community so that we can incorporate all these ideas into, a really robust, productive, conservation plan for the future.
Thank you, Sylvia. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Oh, the meeting's not adjourned. Recess, that's right. We're recessing for about 25 minutes.
Well, waiting for a fifth. Rebecca, do we need a quorum to? Okay. All right, then. I'm going to reconvene the city council meeting. The mayor is a few minutes late and asked me to move along and respect everybody's time. She also asked me to read, read the script, as we like to say. It says, while we handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Oh, I'm going to finish it and turn it over to you, Mr. Pro Tem. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our city council policy, which has been in place for 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue for communication, but it's not the sole method. You may also reach out to council members by phone, email, or by scheduling in-person appointments. I'd also like to take a moment to reemphasize an important matter. This council chamber is a place of public business, a form of civic discussion, decision-making, and service to the people of Corpus Christi. It's not a stage for personal attacks, disruptions, or vulgarity. Violations of decorum will not be tolerated. Additionally, I want to assure everyone that from time to time, council members may step away from the dais for brief periods. Please know that there are televisions with audio on available in the back room, ensuring members remain fully engaged and attentive to the discussions out here, even if they are not physically seated at the dais. We'll ask our city attorney to review the council meeting rules of decorum. These rules will also be displayed on the television screens for our audience's reference.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
All right, so we'll ask each person to state your name and the city with which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. Visible timer will be positioned near the city secretary's desk to help you manage your allotted time. Residents of Corpus Christi will be given priority in speaking over non-residents. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking. It is important to note that I was your mayor pro tem until yesterday. Mr. Badetta is your current mayor pro tem, and we turn it over to him.
Thank you, Councilmember Scott. All right, Mr. William Almaguer. Mr. William Almaguer. Okay. Jose Perez Jr.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Jose Perez Jr. from District 3. Water conservation should have been implemented decades ago by enforcing industrial reuse of water through means of closed-loop filtration system, saving millions of gallons of water per day. Instead, now here we are, up to our ankles in a water crisis. We do not want to drink treated sewage water. Wastewater is defined as sewage. Hospitals, veterinary clinics, funeral homes, and slaughterhouses also use the sewer systems, where strong chemicals and all sorts of contaminants go down the drain. Funeral homes discharge embalming fluids containing formaldehyde, methanol, phenol, and bodily fluids which are only partially removed during wastewater treatment. Veterinary clinics flush things like antibiotics, steroids, anesthetics, hormones, dewormers, animal waste, disinfectants, and chemotherapy drugs. These can increase the risk of breast and prostate cancers. These substances can also remain through treatment processes, leading to toxic discharges and cause antibiotic-resistant bacteria in our water. Local and state regulations provide general oversight, but most facilities' wastewater is not individually monitored. Currently, we are without a chief of operations officer over the water department. Corpus Christi has a history of water safety issues, including over a dozen cancer-causing chemicals plus multiple E. coli detections. Our aging pipes, infrastructure, and the old electrical system make contamination more likely. Even advanced treatment cannot fully remove pharmaceutical residues, hepatitis viruses, or other medical contaminants. Residents are rightfully alarmed at the idea of consuming what many call toilet water. Even when wastewater is highly treated, the chlorination process can produce chemical byproducts such as trihalomethanes and haloacidic acids, both of which are linked to bladder and colorectal cancer, according to EPA and World Health Organization data. That is not a risk residents should ever have to accept in their drinking water. The city's plan to partner with the Gulf Coast Authority raises serious red flags. Both the GCA and the city have faced environmental violations. The city has been sued, and the GCA has also faced enforcement actions. Keep in mind, the GCA has never turned wastewater into drinking water before. This is experimental. Without a chief of operations officer, who will oversee these pilot projects for water safety? These are not minor issues. They show a pattern of lapses that put public health at risk. The city has, in the past, given our drinking water to industries for use, and are only now considering giving recycled water to industries. Human health and safety must come first. Why should industries be given drinking water to waste and residents given wastewater to drink? We urge this council to reconsider this pilot project for the sake of our drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. It's reserved for the end now.
Statement of fact.
Yeah, it's reserved for the end.
Wait for that?
I'm just, okay. Let me see if I did this right. All right. There you go.
Okay, I want to address this, and I'll let Mr. Zanoni also say this, is that we have kind of given direction for us to use wastewater reuse for industrial purposes, not for drinking, indirect or direct.
That's correct, Councilman.
And so, Peter, if you can expound on that.
Yeah, sure. So at one point, we were looking at numerous options for wastewater to include direct potable use, indirect potable use, putting it in the Nueces River, treating it with our other water. But at this point, we're moving forward with direct industrial use, Mr. Perez, so we won't be, there's no, what you described at the podium here a few moments ago won't be taking place in our city. Councilman Hernandez. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Perez.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Ms. Sandra Meyer?
Sandra Meyer, currently in Flower Bluff. Thank y'all, each of you, for being here tonight for our public comment. I have sincerely appreciated the city's attempt to be very transparent and to bring problems to our attention. But I'm concerned with all this water stuff that the peer review report that came out for the auditors has gotten overlooked. And so it came out originally in May, if I remember right on the date. It hit the newspaper on September 25th, 2025. Could y'all please bring this before the city council to let this issue to be discussed? The peer reviewers said for some reason that they really felt the recommendations needed to be addressed to city council. And I'm assuming that's because he reports directly to y'all. I don't know what happened last year or during the peer review that they did not want it taken to the audit committee first. So I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with what this audit committee is doing, but the peer reviewer's suggestion did say twice on item number 2 that the auditor needed to explain to the city council how they were going to be taking classes for the ethical principles, then That person also needs to provide the city council with a detailed plan of action on how the city auditor is going to address this peer review finding to ensure that the ethical culture is fostered. Is after the September 9th meeting, I am not so convinced that the city auditor has truly addressed the findings in the report. And so I really, other meetings, with even the hotel audit, the thing with the city manager and the P card, that came before city council or a public hearing within like 2 weeks. The hotel one was 3 weeks because the desal. So if y'all could please put this on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. Bradley Bartleson.
Presentation again. Good evening to you all. I'm Brad Bartleson, District 5, Corpus. Making clear why we're in this fix is central to getting out of it. Leadership directs towards a goal of 10% industry use. Our data indicated cutting back on new sales to industry, yet our leadership chose to increase that to today's 60%. As well, our data and projections displayed reduced residential use and reduced forecasts all the way out to 2080. All this while we drained our reservoirs to support that industry use, and we put the Mary Roads pipeline improvements in second seat, while claiming the inner harbor was the answer. This slide shows the largest industrial users of our water in order that are Gulf Coast Ventures, Valero, Lyondell, Flint Hills, and Citgo. Cost-benefit analysis should be used to make decisions not only on water resource projects, but also who we sell water to. Shown here, Gulf Coast Ventures is the largest consumer at 13.5 MGD, yet provided only 55 jobs, or 4 jobs per MGD. And it is owned in large part by SABIC, a Saudi conglomerate, so the profits and the high-paying management jobs aren't here. The rest on the list are legacy companies, providing a healthy number of jobs per MGD. Although Lyondell is owned in large part by a Russian oligarch and Citgo is owned by Venezuela. These factors of jobs per MGD and where the profits are flowing need due consideration in water sales. And what of Bootstrap Energy, now 1102 McKinsey, using 600 homes worth of water and not making its due payments? The Harbor Island desal project is one that meets the rudimentary tests as it discharges effluent offshore, has limited contamination risks. It looks to have a good partner in NRA. There are questions that good partners answer, such as who is the design-build partner, and how will the cost of 178 miles of pipeline be shared when Corpus Christi needs very little of that. Since we have surface and groundwater to meet the current and near future needs, pointing new industry water needs onto seawater desalination would be a good strategy for the future. This would place higher investment costs in the operating cost of seawater desalination where the water will be used, that is, industry. Note that Evangeline, the City Wells, Seven Seas Driscoll projects, and our reuse project can provide 3 times the water at a lower cost than Inner Harbor. We don't have to spend anything as well on saving our evaporation via solar, floating solar. So these are ways that we can deliver the water we need for a lot better expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi, Texas. You know what? You all are playing ping pong. And you know who you're playing it with? With your staff. They are taking so much abuse from you all on both sides of the table. And you are going to end up losing one of the best things that Corpus Christi has, which is our city manager. Our city manager has to be judged by all of his work, not just 2 issues that you have before you. You have to look at the long term that he's done and the wonderful things he's been able to accomplish here in Corpus Christi that no other city manager has been able to do. I agree very much with Mayor Vaughn, I'm sorry, a mistake there. I agree with her in what she's saying. I agree that we have to look at things, and we have to look at things the way they are right now. My advice to you is quit abusing your staff. Quit throwing them out to the wolves, because some of you say one thing and others say another thing. You know, the harbor island, the water, every issue, you confuse them. You tell them to do one thing and then you ask them to do another. They don't know who to listen to. They're having to make decisions based on what they think you said. You want something done, like somebody said, put it to a vote. Right after bed, put it to a vote. Yes or no, and stop confusing staff, because I would hate to see our city lose out on something very good, which is our city manager. We ought to be proud of what he is, what he's been able to accomplish in Corpus in spite of everything he's gone through. And as far as the water is concerned, you guys know I favor desal. Very much. Have always said and never apologized for it, because we're eventually going to need it. So think about what's going on and what you have voted on. Make it clear. Don't confuse people. Don't confuse staff, because you're putting it in a very awkward position. And I'm going to show you how awkward it is this week.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Adam Rios.
Good evening, Adam Rios, Corpus Christi. Coming to you with some positive energy today. I want to talk about a few kids here in town, if I may. I want to talk to you about this kid, Santiago. When I met him about 1.5 years ago, Casey from House of Rock came to me and he said, I have this kid, all he does is like make pizzas and skate. That's just what he wants to do. Long story short, I saw some video footage of him and we decided to meet in hopes of me sponsoring him. He ended up calling me and said, hey, I'm going to arrive about 30 minutes late. I hope you don't mind. I've got to get my grandmother to her appointment. That was all I needed to hear. I was like, you're a team rider. You're going to take your grandmother to an appointment. You don't mind being late for this? No problem. That speaks volumes about who he is. I want to tell you about this kid, Apollo, who is a new rider on my team. When I was at the summer lecture series last year at the Antonio Garcia Center, this kid was like, hey, I skate. I just don't have a skateboard. I gave him a board, and over the course of this last year, he rode the heck out of that thing to where he beat it up so badly. Like, I'm surprised my board could take that much abuse. But he got super creative and was creating his own videos. And so he is now a part of the team. And his mother was really thankful to me because I don't want to get too deep into it, but she kind of couldn't afford certain amenities with skateboarding. I said, that's okay. I got you. Don't worry about it. I want to tell you about Lila and Lily. Lila is a and she is in the age 10 girls expert category. And in Houston this last weekend, she took 3rd place overall. She got the number 3 plate. Lily, who is in the 8 and intermediate bracket, which includes boys and girls, finished with the number 10 plate. She was the only girl to actually finish in the top 10. And I say this because we should be really proud of these kids, because they've managed to do that well at state without having a BMX practice park. Yet, we do plan on meeting next week. We plan on having a really positive input by the BMX community in hopes of getting back on track with Salinas BMX Park. I want to thank council members who reached out and said they'd like to be involved, and so we hope to move forward with that. I've also got a meeting next week with someone from the Sports Commission to visit Corpus Christi. I guess if you scream loud enough, and somebody's going to hear it at some point. But we are going to talk about the future of alternative sports and what that can do economically. And finally, I wanted to shed some light. It was really exciting to hear about the TERS #2 and the possibility of the Billish Park Skate Park. We saw that on Facebook today. The Stoke Brokers Association, as those kids have called themselves, and the community at large is feeling really, really positive about where we are moving together as a community. And that's why I do what I do. Pony Boy Skate Company, like I say it all the time, we strive to create a brand with unifying principles and properties in a way that can take roots within the community. And I love the fact that I have great respectful relationships with each of you on council and a lot of people behind me. So just stay tuned. Just getting started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Richard Sam?
Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Sam, I've been here. I'm a retired civil engineer, but I'm not representing anybody, governmental or anybody else. I'm just here as an individual. And I have to state my recommendation before my 3 minutes is up. But the basic recommendation is the Naval Air Station. Why can't we use that as an option of putting a desalination plant? I mean, it might take 10 years, but and I'll show you a little bit of my background that would indicate that. Well, it's 1969, 70. I was here as a naval aviator, not as an aviator, naval flight officer, learning navigation. This was before GPS, but we used celestial, and there was even a planetarium out there that we could shoot the stars or learn the navigational stars. Anyway, I joined a squadron in the Pacific, and there were nine P-3. You've seen the P-3s come into the base now and then. And we searched for Soviet submarines, and I think that we actually shortened the Cold War because of our actions. But there was one thing, an anomaly that we noticed. They call it the Yellow Brick Road between Japan down the Philippine Sea into the Straits of Malacca. It was a yellow brick road, but it was actually a big oil slick that all the tankers were dumping their stuff out onto the water and causing a sheen. And when I saw that, I said, well, I got to get into, maybe align myself with some people that can attack that kind of problem. And I got a degree from Stanford University in environmental engineering, and basically went back to work for the Navy. And at that time, even President Nixon, he established the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Navy had to conform to all these regulations just like everybody else. And then we looked into the best technology to handle basically oil-water separation, and it was here in Corpus Christi. And I joined that company, and we sold separators all around the world, even some to clean up the harbor. At that time, this is 1970, the people were just dumping, the refineries just dumping oil into the harbor there. And thankfully, it's all cleaned up to a higher degree now. But it just kind of, just general background, it's, the Navy has always been very important to me, but I was out there a couple weeks ago, and it's kind of barren. It's not like what I remembered in 1970. It seems like there's room for a desalination plant.
Thank you, Mr. Sam. Isabella Reza.
Isabella Reza, District 2. I actually wasn't going to come today because I have a lot on my plate, but I was listening to y'all's meeting while I was getting stuff done, and I was like, I have to be here. I just wanted to say, one, that it's been disingenuous to say that you're trying to get water to stop curtailment, because the community has been in curtailment since March of 2024. We were in drought stage 2. December 2024, we were in drought stage 3. So citizens have not been able to use their water the way they regularly use water. You're trying to stop curtailment for industry. And so that's different. And I think a lot of us have to just kind of accept the fact that though we elected you, you're actually working for industry, the vast majority of you all, because you would not be pursuing all this water if it wasn't to try to cater to these high-volume water users. Mike Pusley said that we need more water because the industries that are going to be coming need at least 10 million gallons of water a day. And you guys have been racing for water, and we haven't even talked about how this manic pursuit of water is actually going to impact our rate fees. I also wanted to say that pursuing desalination is not moving forward, it's actually backward, because you're still catering to heavy industry. That industrial growth plan from Sanpat County was troubling. It said that they were looking at 127 square miles for heavy industrial growth. I don't think people actually want that. I think that that would actually kill our region, and I think the expansion that has happened actually demonstrates that it is negative for our community because our population has not grown. There were young people that had come earlier when they were hopeful, talking about a sustainability plan, where if you had a real effort in sustainability, you would have, for every $1 you invested, you could have a $6 return on that investment, and we're not doing that. In fact, we had council members that actually fought that. I also want to say that the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation is probably one of our problems. I went back and looked at their 990 form. They had $650,000 worth of dues in 2023, and they had $1.2 million of government contributions to their nonprofit. And because they're a nonprofit, we don't get to see what they're actually doing. And really, when you look at them, they just sound like a lobbying group. I also want to say that if you look at our council members' campaign donations, you will actually see that a lot of the investors that are in their directory, they're actually directly connected, and you can see them in their campaign donations. So we really need to center the people who actually live in Corpus, who live within the boundaries that you're supposed to serve, because those industries paid a lot to not be members, and so I don't think we should be catering to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zariza. Eric Von Wade.
Eric Von Wade, District 2, Corpus Christi. Thank you all, council and city manager. Appreciate your time and attention. The council we need is the council we have. I stress to you that we are not looking just for enough water to take care of our current needs, but we need water to grow. We need all the water plans that we're looking at, as well as a sustainable water plan that we can control. We live in a bubble in Corpus Christi where oftentimes the things that are affecting the rest of the country take time to filter down to us. Styles and fashions will hit McAllen 2 years before they hit Corpus Christi. It's because we have a market that is unique, but we're no longer a sleepy fishing village. We're not just that sparkling city by the sea. We are the crown jewel of the Texas coast. And if we don't take the bull by the horns in this situation, we're going to find ourselves in a scenario in which we have catered to the fears of half-truths. We are the Gunga Din of the Rudyard Kipling in this situation. We're carrying water to the soldiers on the front line. This thought of cutting back our refinery sales, we have set ourselves since the 1960s as having a district in which our refineries can operate. Building new refineries is not cost effective for this country, nor is it the solution for this city when we lose the sale of that water. They are a resident in one big body just like every other resident. I have curtailed my water use, dehydrated myself too much the other day, but still, we must look towards growth, not just barely meeting the needs that we have now. And to look at simply just the jobs that they provide for us currently in employment is far short-sighted. We have all of the support, all of the supply, all of the jobs that are affected by the jobs that we have at the refineries. Not to mention an average I saw recently of $120,000 a year. That money gets put back into this economy because the people that work there live here. They have families. They're the ones that buy cars, boats, that send their kids to college. They're the ones that ensure that we have donations for Little League. And if you look at the donations, in addition to what the refineries provide for us, it is a figure that is staggering over the last 20 years. We cannot afford to turn our back on this and play us against them. They are us. We are them. This is the city of Corpus Christi. This is the council that can stand tall and find common ground to save face and do what's necessary to move forward. If we're for desalination, then let's prove we're for desalination and find a plan that can move forward faster than 2028 and provide the 30 million gallons in addition to all the rest that we're going to need, because that's not enough. Water is more expensive. San Antonio, I think, would give their right lung in order to get the prices that we're looking at with the proposal that we have. No one else is going to pick up what Kiewit has done so far, and no other one is going to employ as many people from this area as the ones that we have. We can't go back in time. We can only move forward. And we've had the decision made for us. Let's move forward, secure water, and let's stop losing money on businesses that are afraid to commit to Corpus Christi, because we won't commit to the plan of our previous council and stand on the shoulder bravely of those who built this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Von Wade. Justin Bruno? Justin Bruno? Matthew Morales-Pena? Matthew Morales-Pena? Rachel Caballero?
Rachel Caballero, D1. Wow, it's a shame that we have scared our community so much that they're afraid to drink water and they pass out at their job. That's really, really horrible. I want to say something about the comment that Councilwoman Vaughn made earlier about the national hit pieces that our community has been receiving. It is disgusting, the behavior of some of these council members that are reaching out to national news outlets to disparage our community. You guys are gross. We used to have a saying for a past mayor, no means no Nelda, and now we're gonna have to change that to no means no on the Inner Harbor desal. Many of you are costing yourselves your reelection, so please continue with your distorted behavior. The sheet that you were just handed right now is actually a fact. That was the vote for the Inner Harbor desalination plant. It was 6-3. The community spoke against it 7-1. It's almost like, I don't know, the same thing, the same kind of lack of support there was for Proposition A back in 2023. And here we have the same people advocating for the same ridiculous projects that were advocating for Prop A in 2023. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And when you've had certain individuals on the campaign trail saying that they have a direct line to Governor Abbott, it doesn't surprise me that he's trying to stick his nose into Corpus Christi business. We can handle business on our own. We don't need any assistance from the governor. We also don't need for the Friends of Brook Pop, who was part of the Texas Water Development Board and has now been promoted to the chair of TCEQ, to continue on with their nefarious behavior and trying to help the minority council members here. A lot of the community members are in support of the Nueces River Water Authority project at Harbor Island. As long as the intake and the discharge is taken out to the Gulf far enough, we're going to support that. We're going to support our council people that support that, because we are rational, and we understand that you guys need to sell water to industry, because we also know that none of these projects that were discussed earlier are going to take the community out of drought restrictions. So where have all of y'all been trying to find a way to get the community out of drought restrictions? Why haven't any of you been able to convince industry to come to the table with cash and participate in providing water? Come on, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Jason Hale.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Hi, council members. Today we're going to talk about drought and make a case for better drought planning and preparedness. Basically, the first thing I wanted to know, like a couple weeks ago, last week, was how common or rare is the current drought we're in right now, to kind of like understand, you know, like, is this something we should expect more of in the future? And if so, how does that affect water supplies moving forward? So this is a 72-month standardized precipitation index chart. Basically, this shows how much our rainfall has deviated from normal over the past 6 years. And it shows that our watershed is in between being somewhere of like a very dry or extremely dry. And so if you look at this chart explaining SPI numbers, basically that means you could expect to see a drought like this 2 to 5 times a century, which to me is kind of surprising because I feel like this has kind of like been the most significant drought that we've ever dealt with. So it seems like it'd be more rare than that, but I don't know. So then I kept looking into it, and I found this paper from our state climatologist, Dr. Nielsen Gammon. It's titled "The Unprecedented Drought Challenges for Texas Water Resources in a Changing Climate." It's really good. I highly recommend anyone that's interested to check it out. The key points are that water stakeholders should prepare for future droughts that will be unlike past droughts, and that information available from climate projections usually don't align with the details needed for water planning. And so basically kind of need to bridge that gap in order to plan better for drought in the future. So this is how much rain has changed in the past century. For our watershed, it's been kind of neutral. And then the second chart is how much temperature has changed every decade since the 70s. And so here in Nueces County, apparently it's gotten 0.7 degrees hotter every decade, which is kind of crazy. So this chart is soil moisture and how it's going to go down in the future because temperatures are projected to keep going up. And then this second chart on the right, this is the interesting one. This is basically an exercise to see how reliable your reservoirs are for future droughts. So red is droughts for the first half of the century, and blue is for the second half of the century, and then the lines is different demand scenarios. And so that second chart on the bottom shows the reliability. Anyways, you know, I don't want us to be known as a city that doesn't have a reliable water supply, so I think something like this could be kind of cool, something we could do with water planning groups and the Council of Governments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Robin Cox.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3. And I had several calls this morning about a radio show where several council members were basically trashing other council members. I think it's pretty sad, too, like Rachel said, when y'all look for other places to discredit the people you work with. I don't know if any of you have played sports. Looking at some of you, I'm going to say no. So when you play sports, you're going to play with people that you don't like. And your weakest link is going to be the best person on your team. And you've got to learn, and you never trash the other people that you're playing with or work with. So, you know, I'd be careful when you start looking at other places to trash people, because unless some of your backgrounds are pretty clean, and as far as, like she said, Nelda, I remember some pretty bad water boils under that administration. So I'd be very careful on who I grouped with. You know, in the words of Martin Luther King, why must a brother bring another brother down just to rise himself to the top? I think so many of you are smelling blood in the water and looking more to the mayor's race on which one of you can be next, instead of working on the problem we have now, which is water. And as far as being for desal, I think we all need water. I'm for desal, but I'm for my health more. And I'm for the environment more, and for the fishing guides. So like Rachel said, we're for it as long as it's shipped out and we can be safe. Our water bills are already so costly. I keep thinking I may have to get another job at Bass Pro Shop. I keep putting my application in, but they keep telling me that they've decided not to come here. Or I don't know what happened to so many false campaign promises, but then I put it in at Costco, and man, they said they're not coming either. So I don't know what's happening, but I hear some of the people get up and speak, and everyone knows I have a good friendship with one council member here, and I'm quickly forming another one with another council member, but neither one of them pay me a dime. I listen to them and I talk to them because I care about this city. It's not to get a hit piece done on another one of y'all. And I want this city to prosper, no matter who the mayor is. And I think one of the things that I like the most right now, we've got Democrats and Republicans working very strongly together on the desaling. You know what that spells? When Democrats and Republicans work together, it spells trouble for the rest of y'all, because we're piping mad right now. We've got water bills we can't pay. We wonder where water's coming from. When this problem started, not with this council, with the council back. So stop trying to attack each other and work together. It's embarrassing to all of you, and if you're reaching out to other people to write something on, be very careful, like I said, because somebody could go Harper Valley PTA on each and every one of y'all. So let's all try and work together for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Harrelson.
Hi, City Council. My name is Hannah Harrelson, resident of Corpus. Congratulations, Corpus Christi. The very last unobstructed view of Corpus Christi Bay from Ocean Drive has officially been ruined at Swantner Park. Roughly 25 towering and unsightly light poles now stand in between all Corpus Christians who visit Swantner Park daily to enjoy the gorgeous view that was once panoramically perfect at arguably the most beautiful park on the bayfront. 25 new light poles at the cost of $76,000. I have lived in Corpus for over 3 years now. When people ask me if I like it here, my immediate answer is yes, followed with, I get to walk my dogs at the bay every day. My husband and I chose our house because of its proximity to the bay, specifically Swantner Park. I constantly get from others that live here, I would love to be in the Bay Area and live closer to the water. The Bay is the city's biggest asset. It is a blessing. This lighting project seems to have had no forethought by city planning, no consideration for what a park actually is. Parks are synonymous with beauty. The goal should be to keep them beautiful. Call me old-fashioned, but statuesque LED light poles that emit harsh and unnatural lighting do not translate to beauty. It's the exact opposite. I'm a millennial. My generation and Gen Z are starved for beauty, whether it's the architecture of a building or the preservation of city parks. Check out TikTok or Instagram, and videos go viral begging for architecture of the past, specifically for park benches and street lamps that don't look straight out of a communist country. Architecture is a reflection of the culture. My generation wants to look at things that are beautiful. We want a beautiful society. We want to live in beautiful places, ones that don't feel dystopian. To walk to our parks and see beauty, not our precious tax dollars blocking our view. These lights truly disgust me because of the lack of thought and respect for preserving what is good and beautiful. I've been to other coastal communities in the U.S. The last thing they do is stick Walmart parking lot lights in between their citizens and their best asset, the water. Why is Corpus Christi acting different? If safety is a true concern, low-profile, natural-colored lighting that blends into its surroundings is an option. I've seen it, and I've seen it done beautifully. This is a complete lack of care and planning and consideration for our city. God blessed us through his beauty and nature. It should be ours to enjoy. It's up to us and you, City Council, to preserve it. City Council, please consider correcting this grave mistake. Take ownership of this lack of forethought by taking these lights down to restore what Swantner Park was just 2 weeks ago. Everyone I've spoken with on my walks did not want this. We would all much rather have that $76,000 go toward fixing all the potholes we have to drive over on South Alameda to get to HEB. Thank you for your time. City Council's consideration would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Harrelson. Christina English.
Christina English, District 1. My comment today pertains to the council-appointed library board. A few months ago, the community came together by the thousands to stand up for democracy and speak out against fascism. There was a counter-protest that day in the form of a 3 to 6 vehicle Trump train. The small number of people participating was actually really encouraging. Good people absolutely outnumber fascists in this community. What was upsetting was that our library board chair, Pat Craig, was in it. Protesting
Objection.
freedom
Mayor,
and
objection.
democracy.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, can you hold on one sec?
My time,
Yes,
please.
objection. Mayor.
2:22 is where I'm at.
Rebecca, can you hold the time, please?
Yes, commentator mentioned an individual name.
It's a public official, and I'm saying it's in their capacity as a public official. And I'm not allowed to talk to them directly, I believe, but I can say, I can talk about things that they've done.
If individual names cannot be mentioned.
Okay, I just won't mention them. We know who the library board chair is. What was upsetting was that our library board chair, who will not be named, was in it, protesting freedom and democracy and standing in support of the most anti-academic and anti-intellectual administration this country has ever suffered. This prompted me to check their social media, and boy, is it a doozy. Library board chair posted on Facebook in support of banning Anne Frank's diary, the graphic adaptation. The post claimed that the graphic novel based on the diary of a young girl added LGBTQ spice to the story. The post implied that Anne Frank's story was being changed, her memory somehow diminished by the woke left trying to queerify everything. It also implied that the inclusion of LGBTQ themes were damaging to young readers because a 12-year-old could never understand the feelings of another 12-year-old. The passage in question, Thursday, January 6, 1944, unconsciously I had these feelings even before I came here. Once, when I was spending the night at Jackie's, I could no longer restrain my curiosity about her body, which she'd always hidden from me and which I'd never seen. I asked her whether, as proof of our friendship, we could touch each other's breasts. Jackie refused. I had also a terrible desire to kiss her, which I did. Every time I see a female nude, such as the Venus in my art history book, I go into ecstasy. Sometimes I find them so exquisite I have to struggle to hold back my tears. If only I had a girlfriend. This is taken directly from Anne's handwritten diary. I'm here today to let the council, my community, and the library board know that the chair was wrong. It's my understanding that the chair is an educated person capable of research. She either intentionally posted harmful misinformation or took no care in determining the factuality of the post. Either way, we cannot have such careless behavior from the people we place in these important positions. Library board appointments are coming, and I'm asking you to please put thought into the people you choose for those important positions. And thanks to the chair, for putting me on that passage. A 12-year-old me would have really benefited from reading it, but at least I'm able to share it here today, and I'm thankful for that.
Thank you, Ms. English. Henry Williams?
Henry Williams, District 1. You know, to the mayor, to the council, city manager, city secretary, you know, let me say that I conduct a prayer meeting the third Thursday of each month. And we have been doing this now for the past 29 years. And we have seen in our city the quality of life increase continually. And we're dealing with the problems that we deal with in our city. They're a reflection upon how we deal with these problems, or a reflection upon ourselves. And we must remember who we are as a people. Corpus Christians, we are the body of Christ. And whether you sit there or whether you sit back here, it's important that we conduct ourselves respectfully and properly toward each other. What is most important for me in attending the public speaking meetings? It's important. Well, the Bible says that life and death is in the power of the tongue. The words that we speak can either build or they can pull down. And we must be people who speak words of building and words of life. If we will come together, no matter what the problem happens to be, we can solve these problems and cause our city to live up to the meaning of its name, the body of Christ. You know, and that's who we are. We are the body of Christ, and we must begin, indeed, to be that, both among each other, in our city, our state, and throughout this nation. There will be a prayer meeting this Thursday at the police department, the 5th floor auditorium. And we've been doing this for many years. And I would invite you all, and for you who are, if prayer is a part of your life, come and pray for our city, for our state, for our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Williams. Eli McKay.
My name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful Uptown, District 1, but most importantly on the land of the Karankawa and the Lipan Apache peoples. I do appreciate the city manager's highlights on the good news items on the agenda presented first thing today. With so much negativity in the world, it's nice to hear about positive things happening right here in our own neighborhoods. In District 1, especially, the playground in Oak Park is much overdue and needed, so that's just one of the parks that I'm excited to see how access to more amenities at the parks impact the West Side and North Side neighborhoods. A focus on social infrastructure is crucial for both quality of life and crime prevention. Cities that prioritize social infrastructure have been shown to have lower crime rates. And these are easy things that cities can do, such as improving lighting in parks, maybe not on Ocean Drive, maybe in the north side or the west side, planting trees, keeping vacant lots clear of tall weeds, and ensuring that property owners correctly maintain broken windows or boarded up buildings. With the federal government crumbling before our eyes and failing us more and more every day, and our state government embracing division and sending a message to millions of Texans that they are no longer welcome here, it is all the more imperative for us to have leadership at the local level who will stand against fascist or authoritarian tactics. You as an elected official, even here at the local level, are in a historic moment in time. History will remember those who stand firm, who think critically, and honor the oath that they took to uphold both the federal and state constitutions. Those who do not fall in line with wannabe dictators will be celebrated by future generations. There is a brainwashing tactic commonly used by cults that is being used every day by national and state leadership, and I have seen it recently from at least 2 people on this dais, and it needs to be called out. This tactic is called the illusory truth effect. It is where false information is repeatedly presented, manipulating people's beliefs and overwhelming their capacity for critical thinking. Thank you to those of you who continue to think critically and resist fear-mongering and lies. I have mentioned here before that we are living in a time of prophecy, and Indigenous peoples have known that this moment was coming for hundreds of years. Those who are paying attention will not be surprised by the changes that will come, and those who are not will no longer be relevant leaders in our society. The choice is really yours. And lastly, just based on a comment that was made last week, I would say anyone who snickers at the idea of open contact, but not at grown men demonstrating at public comment, praying to their sky daddy, should pay more attention and expand their worldview, educate themselves.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Lonnie Langingham?
Hello, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Pete Zazzoni. I need to apologize. I know you have a lot on your plate with DSAL and the Homewood Suites.
Can you state your name and city,
I'm sorry.
please?
Lonnie Lanningham, District 1. Need to apologize. This topic is something that's going to become relevant in 2026. And let me just read this, what I've got here. I was born in Corpus Christi, graduated from Ray High School, 71. In 1976, I attended my first city council meeting. Mayor Jason Luby was presiding. I subsequently attended 20 to 30 city council meetings in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. I came to these chambers to get an education in city government. I consider myself an analytical and re-analytical type of guy who can analyze and reanalyze every topic, the cause and effect of each situation. 45 years ago, I took Psychology 101 at Del Mar College in the 70s. I studied Sigmund Freud, Pavlov, Skinner, the rest of the psychoanalysts. I'm not crazy. I am not delusional. I'm here to talk about terrestrials, extraterrestrials.
Mayor, objection. That's not a matter related to city business and not the matter that this commentator signed up for public comment on.
Mr. Langingham, if you can just stick to your topic here of DSAL.
Okay. If I want to talk about extraterrestrials, I have to specifically put that.
Well, it has to be city related. Any comments must be city related. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, can y'all please keep it down so Mr. Langingham can continue? Go ahead, sir.
My journey began in October, November of last year, 2024. I noticed the silver orbs flying over New Jersey. Further investigation turned up more interesting facts.
Mayor, objection. Again, the commentator signed up for a specific city comment related to desalination. I ask that the commentator be...
I'll sign up next week for extraterrestrial. How's that? Because it's an important... Between now and 2026, there will be open contact.
Mayor,
I've been studying this for a year. I'm not delusional.
No, we're not saying you are, Mr. Langingham. What we're saying is you signed up for DSAL, so that's what the expectation is, and any comment at public comment must be related to the city.
And Mayor, I remind yourself, the council, and all public here today that we do have city council policies that have been approved by this governing body. And one of those city council policies, item K, specifically states that public comments must be presented related to city matters.
Right.
When open contact happens, it's going to be very city appropriate, ma'am. I know you haven't studied it, but I have.
Mr. Langingham, you want to move on? You want to talk about DSAL, or you're good? Or you're okay?
No, you don't want to hear my comments on DSAL.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, sir. Jerry Sinclair, that's WebEx.
Mayor, I understand we don't have anyone on WebEx, but we do have one individual who is not a resident who signed up to speak in person.
Mr. J? That's you. Okay. Well, it says JJ. Mr. J.
Good afternoon, Jay. Address, none of your business. Thank you. Okay, so I came to talk about freedom of speech, but your decorum really threw me off. So your decorum violates your First Amendment rights. Any person out here can singly target every one of y'all and personally confront y'all however they want. They're just not allowed to threaten you, and they're not allowed to defame you. You're a liar. With that said, Government Code Section 551.007, public testimony, is very clear and unambiguous. A government body shall allow each member of the public who desires to address the body regarding an item on the agenda for open meeting to address the body regarding the item. You'll notice the law does not say each geographic resident under the government body's authority. If you stop me at 1 minute, you violate my 14th Amendment rights. I hope you do not stop me. Texas law places restrictions on government bodies' ability to limit public comments to citizens of the respective geographic area of the government body. Additionally, government bodies cannot discriminate between citizens and non-citizen members when allowing public comments. Allowing more time for a resident to speak other than me violates my 14th Amendment rights.
Mr.
I'm
Jay.
glad we're getting an education. Yes, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Jay, the timer just went off.
I have 3 minutes. Would you not like to give me my 3 minutes?
I think you, Rebecca, was it 1 minute?
No, ma'am.
You're from
That's
Hugh.
my 14th Amendment right. If you would like to criminally trespass me, I'll take it right now.
Yeah.
I'm not letting you
Well, Mr. Jay, because you don't live in Corpus Christi, according to,
That violates my 14th Amendment right.
can you advise us, please?
Yes, again, there are city council policies that are in place, and if it is a non-resident speaking in public forum, the time limit is 1 minute.
I don't care about your public rules. I'm for the Constitution, so if you'd like to arrest me or criminally trespass me, go for it. If not, treat me like every other citizen here. I already saw your cops arrest a doctor for saying what she wanted to say. Complete BS. Now, may I finish my time? Or am I being criminally trespassed and violating my 14th Amendment right?
No, Mr. Jay, we have the rules of decorum, and so it's a minute. I know, sir. I know, but pardon me? Yeah, sir, yeah, we're done. Okay, this meeting is adjourned.